Why, hello everybody! Cheers, cheers, and welcome to day 2 of Bring the Heat. Hope everyone's ready to get sweaty. There's a heat wave coming along. Hope you are ready to rally for this plus 15 damage Bring the Heat today. Everybody, welcome. I am UrBestie, joined by...
Coolbz. We're back for a second day, here to cover the beginning. Very excited myself, and I think everybody at home should be excited. We have not only a few amazing matches for you, but as you probably saw in the schedule, another special guest later on. So get excited for that. But don't get too excited. We still we still have to do our part too. But yeah. Be excited after.
Heat, but make sure to keep it cool, you know.
Of course. Play it off. It's not that crazy, guys.
Yeah. I'm quite nonchalant myself.
Of course.
So, getting into this today...
I'm secretly freaking out about it. Alright.
Only a little bit, though. A reasonable amount of freaking out, I think. So, today, to get things kicked off, we should describe the nature of our festivities. I believe that yesterday we did some lovely group stages where people in pools of about 8 players, or 5 players, I forget exactly how many, battled against each other to make it to the top cut. And then we had some of those top cut matches yesterday, actually, just to make sure that the size of the tournament today was at a reasonable level. So, beginning today, we have a very exciting match. Our first 4 players in the winner's side top cut are Dino, Bolimar, Arctech, and Bonerges? I want to say, I maybe have that wrong. That's who? Score! Oh my gosh. We have Dino, Bolimar, Arctech, and Score. Apologies for
Oh man.
I have. What did we say about keeping it cool? Anyways. And our first match on stream today is going to be Dino versus Bolimar, which is quite exciting. Any thoughts on that, BZ?
Yeah, I think what's really cool about this match between Dino and Bolimar is that these are actually like 2 halves of one of our gift box finalists, if anybody remembers that event from December. Dino was in the grand finals for that with Bolimar's team. So now we're actually seeing Dino and Bolimar face off against each other. Dino once again getting these strange, like almost prophetic matches where Dino must test himself against all of these teams that he used in the gift box. The final frontier is here. I'm ready to watch this match. Is there anything interesting that you thought about it, UrBestie?
I do like that it's a sort of very fittingly sports anime-esque reunion of 2, former players. Dino now seeing the Crimson Angels on the other side of the court, having to face off against them, the team that was once gifted to him. This is some real, if hypothetically speaking, at the end of One Piece, Luffy had to fight Shanks or something like that. Trade that hat back and then get to business, get to dusting them up. So I'm very excited for that match. 2 long-standing, very well-decorated players. So I'll be very excited to see, and I'm very interested to see how that match plays out. Hope everyone else is as well at home. The other winners semis match is going to be Arctech versus Score, and not whatever I said before.
I'm sure we pronounced it wrong. Sorry, Score.
I apologize. And that's another surely to be a very exciting match. I'll be interested to see winner of that match will be playing against the winner of this Dino v Bolimar match. And then we move on to our underdog bracket, our scrappy up-and-comers fighting for a chance to take down the big dogs right now. First in that bracket right now, we have the legendary KingOfCharge, the Dex Darn creator, versus, I believe, Stardust. Appears to be the other person in that bracket. Some of the challenge names are slightly different than they are in the Discord, so just trying to make sure I get it right. That is Stardust,
yeah.
That is Stardust? Wonderful. I was like, I saw AC Stardust, and I was like, that's probably Stardust, but I wasn't 100% sure. Sure to be an exciting match. We've then got HP, who we saw their devilish team on the stream the other day, versus Boolerex. Some exciting matchups there. Boolerex, notably, if I'm not mistaken, basically running a very similar version of the Crimson Angels. So we've got double Crimson Angel representation in this top 12 today, if I'm not
It's
mistaken.
true. Yeah. We got
right?
2 Crimson Angels versions, although one uses Torch Pass. It's really interesting to see how they play differently. And we got to see that mirror match yesterday. Check into the stream yesterday if you didn't.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to start episode 2 without watching episode 1 first. That's just good etiquette. And then in the next in the underdog bracket, we have the Cog Knight versus Arcwell. Cog, long time player, as well as Arcwell, who I believe we saw one of their streamed matches the other day, did we not?
Um,
I'm trying to remember. We weren't on commentary
Yeah,
for
we
it, but
did.
I believe they were on stream yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to like dig into my memory brain a little bit.
Deep in the banks. And
Yeah.
then finally, bringing up the end of this underdogs bracket is Matt versus Zonk. So I saw Matt and Zonk discussing their matchup it was actually very wholesome. Matt and Zonk discussing their matchup that would be playing out today, yesterday in the Wishes Discord, which you should all join, by the way, if you're not already there somehow.
That's how you see the
And-
tournaments.
Exactly. This is how you gotta keep up to date on the latest Beastieball news. They were both saying that both players. I think it was Matt started off and was like, "Oh man, I have to fight like Zonk in my tournament demons. That guy's got my number. Like, how can I beat Zonk?" And then Zonk came in and was like, "Matt, what are you talking about? I'm afraid of this matchup. What is?"
That's
So-
awesome.
Both of them timidly entering the court. We're very excited to see how that match goes. I don't know if it'll be on stream, but that'll be playing out as well. So lots of exciting and heated gameplay coming up soon. If we want to start discussing the teams that these players are running, how do you feel about the head-to-head? Let's start with Bolimar and Dino, since that's our first match of the day. I'm excited to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, well, everybody's seen Bolimar's team before. It's the Crimson Angels. Not much has changed. The specs are super specific, and what the team aims to do has been the same almost consistently. Always leading with the Alugus, using the Charlie as the support, not caring if it goes down, following it up with, like, double sideways or just a Castle to sweep the mid game. It's always been tried and true offense, super strong from there. Meanwhile, we see Dino sort of repping the idea that I was discussing yesterday morning around sort of the more unique teams we're seeing today, with triple Stinger on the team, which I think is really interesting. So sort of foregoing a little bit of offensive pressure in favor of just a little less damage with a ticking timer on every hit almost, where everything has to switch around. You can use lay traps and mist to sort of take advantage of the fact that everything is switching around. Of course, when you switch in
Yes.
through traps, you're going to take 32, and then the tick of the mist is going to happen, and that's 40. And if you take a super commit from Hopra and take 60, you're wiped. I think that's really funny, and at the same time really strong. So that's looking good for me. I think though our match may be starting soon.
Oh, we should get ready then. Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I should actually.
But in the meantime, we can discuss other teams. We only have like a couple minutes though. I'll just give like a quick rundown of what we're seeing. Arctech was running very standard offense, similar to Bolimar. And then we're seeing I really appreciate that Stardust has made it to the top 12 in the underdog side of things, because we have this really interesting, one of the only teams in our 48 marked as control, using adaptation Gremler with the Mystic, as well as all the other support that comes with it, like Delusia and Dreadful Mist to like give Gremler in the clouds. You have this really like fun Dreadful Mist based chip team where it aims to lock you out. We're seeing as well, of course, more reps of offense with HP, and I'm gonna assume charge, but let me take a look at that just to make sure. Yeah, it's this Mimic Squid team with 4 different Mimic moves in the form of True Strike, Demolish, Muscle Memory, and Thump. So very evil, but at the same time, super fun to watch. Of course, we have
Yes, indeed.
We have like just a few more like generalized offensive teams, I believe. Another Cass Elite from Matt.
Oh
And
yes,
then yeah, so
Gasly,
I
one of the
think
stars of this brawl, I think.
yeah, so I think that's actually a good question. I think we're seeing
That said, I do actually
like
think we're ready to start the
oh, okay,
match
okay,
whenever.
okay.
So I think we should probably
Well,
we should get on
you
over
know,
there.
yeah, I think we'll get to the match, but I think it's like 3 or 4 Cass Elites in our top 12, which is pretty ridiculous. That's crazy. That's like Hopper numbers. So
For
shout outs
real.
to Cass Elite. We're seeing the next starter in line get that amount of love, and I think Alugus as well. I haven't counted how many, but I swear I've seen so many of them today. Both
Michael
Trapper
Jordan
and
versus
Precise.
LeBron.
Yeah, a little bit. Um, Definitely the stars of Beastieball here. The big three, as it were, of Alugus, Hopra, and Cass Elite. Sorry, Bandycraft, you're like fourth.
Indeed. Bandicraft, which is crazy because Bandicraft is so powerful. Demanding said, I mean, speaking of demanding, it demands an answer, I feel like immediately. It puts such pressure on the field, and it's time. Speaking of pressure,
Yeah,
let's get
speaking
this
of
ball
pressure,
rolling.
hopefully our players are feeling neither because that big match we were describing is coming up. Dino versus
Excited to see.
Bolimar.
Let's see how we got. Ooh, okay. Checking out the teams really quick. This is something that, oh, wow. I was going to say, generally speaking, you see a lot of strong players will examine their opponent's entire team first, check very carefully all of the moves. Bolimar, no need. I've seen it all before. Sneak attack, go.
It makes me wonder because the team sheets were released last night. I wonder if Bolimar took a look through them and sort of just already knows what's going on or has played this team countless times. Either way, a block coming through, switching out the Charlie for minimal damage. Honestly, that's not conventional for how this team likes to play. I wonder how Bolimar's going to adapt from that.
That's a great point. I feel like I had never seen this. I mean, that's a pretty good way to adapt to it, I guess. Whoa! Excellent switch in. That old nerf to Alugus, Precise no longer affecting sideways moves there, coming into effect as Platypulse picks up the ball using its neural net.
Yeah, we saw a sideways hit to try and induce pressure, but Dino just going for the safe play, bringing Platypulse back in, knowing that if there is a sideways hit, it's just going to redirect. Really smart first couple of turns. Very much neither player moving an inch as of right now, but we're seeing the traps go up and the drums. Dino might be getting this passive advantage over time, along with the stinger, inflicting Weepy. Dino really getting this game plan of auxiliary effects up. Yeah, but we're going to see a big hit back from Bolimar, the team snapping back.
Able to set up a strong attack here through Hopra by switching in the Bandycraft. Ooh, considering the walk back on Bandy to try to, I would assume it, because you won't be able to double block here off the Hopper falling asleep, or, interesting, not seeing any wipes here.
You definitely could double block because the stress will activate after the defensive turn, if I'm not mistaken.
Very good point. A solid hit, a palpable hit.
Yeah, I think though, yeah, what Bolimar's doing is just setting up for a sack here on Bandycraft, and if there isn't a sack, just getting another big hit with Hopra, I think. Except Hopper's going to be asleep, so I guess Bandy has to go for the dump. Very, very strong though, because it has, of course, like big damage. Hopra is pretty mind weak, even though it's well-rounded in its defenses. I think Dino's spec might be more greedy because he is running a Platypulse.
True,
yeah,
much
Dino
discretion.
actually has 0 mind investment on this Hopra. This is a 16 mind defense Hopra.
Oh my god. There's been a lot of discussion of that exact idea with Hopra. Ooh, interesting. Hitting into the shield there. We see minimizing the damage, walking it back, and then, interesting. Interesting to see what Bolimar tries to do here. Huge damage can come out either way. Dump not quite seeing the kill, so we're threatening with, chooses to avoid the mix-up entirely by tagging in the Oracle.
Yeah, I was seeing the 30 damage on the tool, and I was like, I'd be really surprised if Dino doesn't just switch that in again. But the drums are down, so Platypulse will be sitting at this 59 HP for a little bit, and that might be pretty good for this team, considering it has 2 strong mind attackers.
Very much so. It's very interesting to watch. Oh, there we go. It's very interesting to watch Bolimar play this team. I've never actually seen Bolimar's POV while playing. It's one of the interesting things about watching another player navigate the game, her decision-making process is incredibly quick. Notably so. I feel like with someone who has so much experience on this team, you are definitely seeing that come into play here, able to make decisions lightning fast. I think especially given this team's, it's got a baseline straightforward game plan that there's not a lot of like tricky shenanigans involved, just a lot of ability to plan ahead. And wow, as I was talking, thumping this Platian back into the Stone Age.
Sending it straight back.
And we're going to see Castle launch up to the front here, setting up that beautiful diagonal positioning we all love in Beastieball.
Right. This Platypulse does have body investment, but I think the body-centric beasties are going to be that Lunaptra and that Shloom, who actually has even more body defense than the Lunaptra, fully invested. That being said, Castle is Castle, still going to do like 37 damage a hit, and this Dreadful Mist is an interesting play. It does stop the shields while adding up the damage with the traps, but I think even more important is that it starts chipping away at Dino's now dwindling tankiness, which is sort of the advantage in this matchup. And I wonder how that's going to play out.
Very true. It'll also, I will say, shielding is a huge part of Bolimar's game plan with this team because the shields make it very difficult to hit into these powerful attackers because they all have that starter trait, sort of equivalent to Blaze or those starter traits in Pokemon, where once they get low on health, they fall below 30%, 33% health. They get a 50% attack bonus, which is absolutely catastrophic given how strong the starters are as attackers. So turning off shield makes it much more difficult to get into that range and stay in that range safely while on the field. Ooh!
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh. So
devastating hit to Hopper here.
Yeah, I was interested in that because I realized that I think that was going to wipe it, but I believe what Dino was going for was with the Dreadful Mist in the back, Castle being super spirit weak, nothing would be able to take a Hopper hit on the following turn, but just enough damage to stop that sort of lock from happening. Bolimar now up 2-1. We're going to see this Lunaptra take 37 damage and a Tick of Dread. Still looking pretty healthy because of that Torch Pass. Of course, 1 health is always full health when you are running Torch Pass. But we're going to see a block here, despite the fact that Charlie's super low. Bolimar, of course, playing to the out of sacking the Charlie, as per the usual, which is standard with the Crimson Angels.
Definitely. I think that I would imagine Bolimar is happy to sack the Charlie here. And also, I do believe if this hit comes in, that's going to activate. Yup, here it comes. Now,
just
might remove
just
boost,
like yesterday.
It can't stop. It cannot stop the power of Castle's turbo, high spirits, overpower thumping. I don't even know what this move is called. What's the Castle ability? High power?
It is... Why am I forgetting? Power up.
Power up. Castle is powered up and ready to cook.
And would you look at the time, we are seeing a huge damage here from it. A Torch Pass to avoid the Dread draining Shloom. Excellent read by Dino, but that Platian's still going to drain on the following turn. We're seeing 2 beasties hit 8 wiped on the side of the Dreadful Mist player. What's going on?
If you've ever been in the in that PvP live chat, you have seen, or in the oh my gosh, the locker room, that's the one. You have seen Dino post a picture of somebody with their whole bench on 8 wipes with the caption, 8 wiped my beloved. It has happened to many unfortunate souls. Here, Dino perhaps getting a taste of their own medicine. Ooh, 2-2 though. Nightbloom picking it back up. Let's see, we've got a strong offensive position here though for Bolimar. Bandycraft coming in next to a full health Alugus, trying to close out this game. Opting to stop the demanding set into dump, which would have been an absolutely devastating combo. Probably no way to rightly receive that. That said, I do believe this Bandycraft has the dump to threaten this sideways, and that's the 8 wipe on Platian. I think we're going to see Platypulse come in here to try to stop that.
Yeah, Platypulse can stop the game from happening here, so hold on to your seats. But we're going to see a really excellent play. If the Platypulse comes in, Precise Alugus can actually take it. Are we gonna see Precise go through the neural net and take out this Lunaptra for game 1? Oh, a Torch Pass in the slot 1.
Wow, what a read there. Oh my god. Wow. Oh, seeing it. That is the true Dino. No such thing as a 50-50. I mean, I guess it still technically was because Precise could have gone into the wiped Platian slot, but wow. I would
Right.
not have seen that play there.
That
What
was an excellent call out. That was
real.
super strong. Technically,
vicious
there
free ball,
was still a way to take that away from Dino, but I don't think Bolimar would ever want to go for that, or should. And you know,
and
it
there
doesn't
it
even
is.
matter. Hopper just takes it away. Nothing left in that slot after taking the hit. I honestly,
gosh.
after all of those excellent reads, I wonder if that last bit was also calculated.
Yeah. That was absolutely brutal from Bolimar. This team showcasing its ruthless efficiency, just sort of tearing apart Dino's team there. Very difficult to contain the Crimson Angels once they start getting powered up like that. And we saw how much damage this team can put out, and Dino's Beasties, no slouches defensively. So this is looking to be pretty difficult. We'll see if Dino can find a way to distribute that damage or stop themselves from being put behind by the overwhelming offense of the Crimson Angels. But
Right.
it's looking like it's going to be difficult after that game one.
That was a very strong game one from Bolimar. I also am seeing in the chat from Bolimar talking about how Bolimar and Dino were actually in the same pool in Bring the Heat 1. So not only is this a run back from the gift box, this is a run back from an entire year ago.
Wow. This is some history, folks.
It
Let's see
is,
it.
and you can tell that there's history going on because of all of the excellent reads. We're seeing just layers upon layers, which you don't typically see when players are trying to make a calculated guess, but these players know each other and are just trying to, like, in some ways are playing each other rather than just the match.
Very true. Let's see. Tornado Ball, we see the same opening play as last time with that sneak attack and then the Tornado Ball into the Cheerily, trying to throw the Crimson Angels out of their usual rotation. But the block receive, allowing Hopra to fire right back, no actions wasted, or giving the opportunity to one action dump. Opting for the Tornado Ball this time, avoiding getting their ball snagged by that Platypulse and switching out the charge boosts off of that Platian. Very well done.
Really
the double duck
strong.
team being separated.
And just going straight back to that Cheerily because the offensive pressure is not high enough to justify not doing that. We're going to see the Stinger, but it's going to come out onto Cheerily. I wonder now, this Cheer is going to boost the Alugus. Should that Stinger have gone into the Alugus instead? Because there's 93 damage on this sneak attack coming straight in.
This is one of the things about running a team like this. Much has been made of the Platypulse plus no mind invest on the rest of your team. Unfortunately, when you have to deal with precise Alugus.
No. And we're seeing the overwhelming pressure that is the philosophy of the Crimson Angels sort of overtaking this double Stinger board state. Cheerily is actually completely safe where it stands. We may see a shield just to stop the Stinger from happening, but there may be a provoke to stop that. No, it goes under the Cheerily. So we're going to see a shield from Alugus. It's going to get to keep its one boost. We're going to see another big hit coming in.
True, we can't get the one action dump anymore, but I don't know if we even need or want that with Platypulse in the field. This sneak attack is looking good to me.
With the low mind defense of this team invested, in such a fashion to take advantage of Platypulse's bulk, we're seeing a torch pass as early as the first 5 turns.
Boy. And that one lifeline we're seeing here in Platian, now down to half, can't take another hit like that. Though Cheerily is very close to having to leave the field here. I'm interested to see if Bolimar will go for the sack play here, getting that 8 wiped, or, choosing to tag out Alugus, saving it for the late game. Very interesting play.
Interesting. Yeah. Said it at the same time. That's just how interesting it is, to be honest. We're going to see that Chant remove the Weepy. Of course, wouldn't have received the boost if there was Weepy, so just stopping the timer from taking Castle Elite as well. Really strong play. Going straight for this thump. And while Cheerily will wipe, that is usually what the team wants. Although it's usually 4 wiped instead of 8, it will be a while till it comes back. But with how weak Platian, Lunaptra and Hopper are very healthy, but with how weak Platian is, another switch has to happen. And I wonder if this is just the war of attrition for Bolimar.
Very true. It's interesting to see that this Oh, wow. Oh, no,
Oh.
it looks like it's looking like... Oh,
No way.
wow. What a read. Our Bolimar making the ultimate read here, at least considering it. Going for the block there. Dino knows, or maybe assumes, is the idea here. Yep.
Of
Dino
course,
fought.
Stinger... Yeah, Stinger was going to take out the Castle Elite here if Platypus walked up, or if Dread added the tick, but with the block, it's going to survive, and the classic goes... If you have a Beastie who's wiped, it doesn't matter as long as it's an easy receive. We're going to see another actionable turn from Bolimar here in a disadvantageous situation. Look at the time again. It's Castellino clock.
It's time. Power.
Dodging the hit. Dodging the hit is Dino. Still doesn't live the launch on the serve. It's going to wipe the Platypus from here.
The frailty. It doesn't matter how many torch passes you have. You're wiping regardless.
Oh, another torch pass comes out from Dino, but that's going to just 8-wiped another Beastie. We're seeing 3 Beasties on Dino's side, 8-wiped once again. As said before, must be getting a taste of his own medicine, but that free ball is going to take out Cheerilee at the same time, resetting the board state, getting Dino a point in the process. I think that's what Bolimar wants, though. Because then you don't have to deal with the wiped Beasties. Yeah. A perfect pivot here.
Way to exit out of that. And here we are. Stinger. Okay, Stinger. Excellent targeting on that Stinger there. Making sure that the demanding set can't do it. But that just means we're eating the dump from this. Oh, and it's a checkmate. Wait a second. There's no way that Dino can survive that turn because of the wiped Platypulse on the field.
Yep. So that's exactly what Bolimar is going for the double dump. Really good into Platypus, who of course attracts those mind attacks. We're going to see it just takes the ball straight away, and now Alugus is going to shoot itself to the front row, hitting, assumedly, that Hopra for 42 damage, really getting this pressure on the other side. Dino probably moving up to try and body block later, or at least have the option. That's all I can imagine. We're gonna see a Hopper switch in though. This Hopper's gonna take a lot from Bolimar's side, but it's going to still survive. I think Bolimar is banking on this turn being it. Nothing on the bench after this. This Hopper hit has to do it, and I think Hopper's gonna get knocked into high spirits. Let's see.
Oh, no high spirits for Hopper.
No, it's just 3 off.
Okay. Still a devastating amount of damage potentially here from Hopra, so we're very close.
Definitely close to the end of the game. No demanding set from Bolimar, but what's the life? Oh, it's Weepy. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, the Stinger from Dino stops the demanding set. Wait, that's a crazy play. I didn't even notice that at first.
Is it possible that Bolimar is actually losing this from this position?
I think Bolimar is losing this from this position.
Oh, Trey goes down that turn. Oh my god.
Oh, you can shield.
The shield now a factor again, though Hopra is seeing the kill just exactly. Last tick of Dread putting this Bandycraft in exactly the range of a walk-up super commit from this Hopra, choosing to block the Hopra there.
Wow. So, actually choosing to block despite the fact that the shield has come up. Very, very interesting. This Hopper is going to go for the super commit, and seemingly knowing it's going into this Bandycraft. The block saves Bandycraft's life on exact HP. It was taking 60 from a front row super commit. I don't even know what to say.
Now it's high spirits time. Unfortunately, I don't even think a double block can save this one.
Can a double block not save this one? This Platian might be at enough HP.
Oh,
let's find out.
Missed the double block though.
I can't see the HP. How much? 114 going straight through. Oh, double blocking the Bandycraft is Dino. Wow.
That was a devastating 2 games there. Dominating from Bolimar. Very well played to both players, but the Crimson Angels proving once again their strength there.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like the set says 2-0, and it's easy to say something like, dominated the set, but I really don't believe that. Dino was like a turn off there from winning and turning it all the way around. A couple of reads different, and we would have seen a very, very different endgame. It was a beautiful stinger from Dino, setting up the inability to get advantages off of that demanding set, sort of making it so that Bolimar has to all or nothing the play, and just almost a true 50-50 going on, where either player could have won, and we simply saw that the player who had won game 1 just wins game 2 off the guess. I think it really could have gone either way. That was a very excellent set.
It was close in the end game there. I will say, I feel like, though, after that play, we see the block coming out from Bolimar there, which is a great play, I think, mainly because if that wipes the Hopra, they get to tag in Illugus off of Dino's serve, and then they're threatening dump from both sides with some very weak Beasties on the field. I think Stinger can stop the demanding set from coming in, but it's definitely... It's not over yet, even if that point doesn't go Bolimar's way. So it was a very, very close set, though. Down to the wire. Ultimately, I think we're seeing the power of precise Illugus here, which, day one, since the beginning, this thing is the shenanigans stopper, and Dino is a lover of shenanigans. We know this about Dino, so...
For sure, and I mean, you at home, are you hearing this? Like, the amount of layers we have to work through just to try and figure out what layer this game was on. These players played amazing. It is so good from both of them. I loved watching this set. What a strong way to start off our day.
For real, and of congratulations.
Course, Dino down but not out, going to make his way into the underdog bracket, trying to fight up back to grand finals, just like the others who find themselves there. We're going to see...
Yes, indeed. Wow, that was actually, I was going to say, great timing on the cut there. We got a Delusia wipe. Bolimar hanging out in the snowy peaks of the Alto Alps, Delusia flying into the screen just as we cut the feed. That was absolutely majestic. Sorry, yes. Sorry, what's happening next in the tournament?
So what's happening next is currently, I believe that set went a little quickly, so we just have some time to talk, I believe. And that of course is no shade at all. What I mean by quickly is just the time it took. We have, obviously, I think the mental game that was going on there was immense. Any amount is huge mental strain, not to mention some sets just go by faster. But that means we have some time while other players settle their scores in the underdog bracket as well as the other semis match. We're just going to, we can talk a little bit about that game as well as the future games that we're going to be seeing here. So Bolimar, of course, moving to winners finals now, while Dino finds themselves in, I believe this is underdog semifinals. So we will see how that goes. No one even close to there yet on the bracket. So we'll have to see a few more matches play out until we see who gets to face Dino at the end. But we're gonna see it's going to be between Charge, Stardust, HP, and Boolerex to see who makes it out of that 4-person to now face Dino.
Totally. Some very interesting matches here. I'd be interested to see how all these teams match up into Dino's team. I know that we are, I believe that Arctech versus Score is still going on, a long match. I know Score likes to play sort of controlling style. We've got Arctech on the mono body slam down big style offense that's been quite powerful we've seen in this tournament already. So I'll be interested to see who takes that match. But I think that heading in to potentially face Dino, we see HP is on one of the brackets versus Boolerex. I know that HP was bringing that absolutely devilish mind ramp offense team with Assess and Tractor Beam and Crawlurk of all things to put the lid on the game in the end, versus Boolerex, who is bringing a variation on the Crimson Angels, who we just saw in a dominating position in that Dino v Bolimar match. So it is actually possible that that Bolimar, after sending Boolerex to underdogs, is Then facing Dino with the Crimson Angels, sending Dino to underdogs, that Dino will now have to face the Crimson Angels V2 in underdogs again.
I would be shocked. And live bracket update just happened. Charge has moved up.
Defeating
Stardust
there.
Yeah, and making it so that now we're gonna have to see the wrap up of the match below it to see who plays that one. I was gonna point out as well, I think it's really interesting. Not only are we if Arctech wins in the winners semis match between Arctech and Score, we're gonna see another Castlete against another Castlete, both on winner's side.
Dear God.
The Castlete off. We're gonna see the great thumpening as two of them face off against each other there. No matter
Very
how
much
it turns out, though, I am very excited to see, because all of these teams that are great, and I don't know, just I almost just sitting here making these predictions, I'm like, well, how fun it would be if it would be the other way around as well. I'd love to see all of these games, all of these possible matches. I can't wait. I'm gonna be honest.
I know. Nothing like a good tournament to get you hyped about Beastieball. I've been itching to play recently. I was getting on the other day, trying to get games in between my schedule. It is a very fun game, very exciting matches for the rest of the day. I will say, I was just looking, by the way, at Charge's team since Charge just moved on. We have a body offense team, sort of unconventional body offense here. I know Castlete is on that team as well. I would say, not necessarily that part, not necessarily unconventional. But we also see Squimmage on this team, which is sort of a KingOfCharge hallmark. I know that most people think of Squimmage. When they think of Squimmage, they maybe think of Enna, and Bird, I believe, is the person who brought that particular sopping wet squid into the limelight. But
we even saw Tuna on stream yesterday, so
dear God,
keep that in mind. And I had the sequel.
Oh my God, Enna 2 Electric Boogaloo live on stream. Everybody, prepare yourselves. But we have another squid. This squid is not sopping wet. This squid is all hard angles and body offense. This is a body offense team with Squimmage, Conjar, Shloom, Brosliden, and Castlete. So definitely some body offense all-stars. We saw Brosliden day one in that match between, I'm trying to remember, it was Malbite and, Procaris. We saw Brosliden come out and be used to great effect, very explosive offense, able to tag in, get to the front row immediately, and then get that con pass and just slam. Alternatively, able to tag in and threaten quick sets. So a very powerful Beastie.
Right.
Likewise, we have Castlete, already very notable for its ability to dominate games with its overwhelming body offense. No support plays, no tricky nonsense needed, just good, solid ballin'. Just launch and thump and shield, nothing else matters. Shloom on the team as well, the ultimate life form, balling in. Absolutely. I mean, I don't even know what this, I have to check the, I was gonna try to make a prediction about what it's running, but it gets like every single move in the entire game. That's not actually true, but
the Shloom that is being run is running Demolish, Bounce, and Dig.
Whoa!
And sitting at a whopping 145 body power. The Mimic that Squimmage is receiving is Demolish as well, which is notable because I believe this team is trying to use Excited Pass with the Squimmage to just go for these big hits, and of course Demolish removing field effects, just forcing the opponent to play your game. I think this team is really cool.
Very much so. It feels like, as compared to a lot of other body offense teams which focus heavily on just sort of beating the opponent down, this one appears to have a lot of answers to potential problems that opponents can present. It looks a little more balanced in terms of the way that it's set up, not just trying to like slam them down big style, but attempting to have a lot of counterplay available to whatever the opponent can do. Interestingly enough, we are seeing, the lead of Mimic Squimmage. By the way, only attack on this thing is Mimic, which means that its partner is doing all the heavy lifting. Its partner decides what attack it will get. Right. So we see the use of, and I didn't think this was going to happen, True Strike Conjar. Notably, Conjar, pretty weak body attacker, only 70 base, which means that it's barely hit. It's only hitting 100 after a full invest, which is not generally where you want your body attackers to be when you've got options like Castle on the field.
It's funny you say that about the Conjar. Just to quickly tag in for this, this Conjar with True Strike, actually Arctech is running one too, and it even has a slight attack investment. There are a few of these ballistic Conjars running around. I actually think I haven't really seen one without True Strike, funny enough. All the Conjars that are running it are running True Strike because they just really appreciate, I think, the ability to ignore traits on the hit as well as Cryptic, which ignores them on the receive. It's just full one-sided, no trait nonsense. Almost a baby Diabloceras. Yeah.
Indeed, baby Diabloceras is crazy. That's true though. This thing is a beast. It is a powerful. It's funny because Conjar, I feel like, has not seen a lot of play, generally speaking, sort of in the history of Beastieball. It's been, it received Dispel recently, and has been in the game sort of as this supportive option, but has been basically taking a backseat to Cheerily since forever. But now with the introduction of True Strike on this Conjar, we are seeing it begin to find itself a niche, which is really interesting, especially, I will say, next to this Squid with Mimic, giving the Squid the ability to use a 1.2 times power True Strike, which, if you remember when True Strike was first being previewed, I do recall people calling for it to be nerfed, for its damage to be reduced. People speculating that it was far too powerful for us mortals. So I think that the ability to use an even more powerful True Strike is quite something indeed. So that'll be very exciting to see. I'll be interested to see if this thing can break through all the nonsense that opponents throw at it. And, obviously, the rest of this team. You know what, notably? I said earlier that Castle, that Launch and Thump and Shield are all you need. But I am a liar. This Castle is running Net Rush, which I have literally never seen a Castle use.
That is so interesting. Just a way to get it straight to the net.
I suppose so, especially because this is a power-up Castle, which is quite common, I will say. We do love power-up Castle here.
Yeah, notably, so it's like a strong retaliation with the Net Rush.
Exactly, allowing it to take a powerful attack and then clap back with the utmost. It'll be able to Net Rush itself to the front and then send a blisteringly powerful Thump, especially because of the prevalence of Compass on this team. We've got a lot of powerful attackers here. Ooh, wait a second.
But we're hearing rumblings from here in the studio because we're getting Bolimar back on stream. Our next match is happening almost right now. It's going to be Bolimar versus Score. We saw the settle of that happen while we were talking. And now it's going to be these two in Winners Finals. We're streaming Winners Finals right after. So we're going to be showing you the big ones here. These are the hard hitters, the people who have done nothing but win in this top 16. Super strong performances. I would like to take a look at Score's team because I haven't really gotten a good stare at it yet. We have Annoying Noizard with Stinger. That's really clever. Followed by Tracker Vicious Platian with Heat Up. And then Twist Slice Telekinesis Varkabond with Full Mind Attack Investment. Freeze Ray Dispel Hex Mystic tacked on with a fully offensive Albrax, as I mentioned yesterday. It's looking great.
This team looks scary as heck.
Yeah. Using Stinger on Annoying Noizard is really clever as it just adds even more short-term disruption to such a long-term investment move, while being an excellent serve as you're able to disrupt any player's techniques. For example, the cheer and dispel that we're going to see from Cheerily not coming out probably, as we're going to see a Stinger probably careening straight towards its face here. But that is if there's a serve, of course, on counter serve. Who knows?
That's very true. Interestingly enough, it's sort of a tough position there because on one hand, your Stinger probably wants to hit the attacker on Bolimar's side, while that Annoying will probably want to go on the Cheerily. So it'll be interesting to see how they select that target in the beginning of the set. I actually don't know who's on serve here, so that'll be also critical. On the receive, though, they'll be able to inflict potentially angry on both opposing beasties by provoking one and then attacking the other using this annoying Noizard, which turns all of its attacks basically into spitball.
Right.
And then next to it, we also see drums here, probably not the most useful versus Bolimar's team, which is so spec'd into offense and not really trying to inflict feelings, but able to heal itself up and heal the team, which over the long game can be incredibly useful at passing certain breakpoints.
For sure.
Rest of the team, we're seeing we're seeing Heat Up also from Platian, able to put on some chip damage, and it's vicious, so it's able to invest itself fully in defenses. A very solid team here from Score, and of course, the pièce de résistance. The immortal Tractor Hex, absolutely unstoppable. We cannot get rid of this thing. This is a powerful strategy that, despite nerfs, despite changes, continues and endures regardless.
Right, and I think it's cool to see a pioneer of this change towards it, where instead of going for these really bulky Albraxes fully invested in their body defense to sort of live every hit, we're seeing instead a little bit of a sacrifice for that to have a fourth attacker. Mystic here is going to be the only beastie without attack investment except for the Platian, who's of course has the ability Vicious that makes all of its attacks do 30 damage, so it doesn't need attack investment. But I actually think it's really interesting because we're seeing almost one of those hardcore control teams I was mentioning, or at least a very like control heavy balance core, while still seeing against, of course, our tried and true offense that has been taken over with all these cast elites. Yes, the match is beginning. So we're gonna see here Score on serve. I guess we're gonna see if that stinger goes into Charlie as foretold. If not, we're like, yeah, I mean, this is still just as strong. Yeah, because what this does is now, yeah, you stop the cheer from giving the boost.
Absolutely. That said, can't avoid that one action dump. Dispel doing its job. Unfortunately, literally no way, I think, for them to avoid the one action dump there. If they hit cheerily, they just pass and do it. So, have to eat a staggering 69 damage in that first hit. Right out the gate, swinging cheerily, showing why it is so strong. Pushing the damage right over the red line. We see the provoke coming out, and then I think we're going to see that double angry. Yeah, looks like it.
Stinger. Wait, this Noizard is fully mind invested. It's going for damage and boosts.
Yeah, looks like it.
This Noizard is about to start going ballistic if the tag passes don't get knocked off of the field. And I don't know. I really like this play from Bolimar though, as it's taking advantage of their advantage in this matchup, just going straight for damage, even ignoring the weepy, all in on just forcing these beasties to walk up where they're not comfortable. And everything on the bench except for Albrax is taking 100. We're gonna see an immediate point.
Wow, just a powerful hit there from Bolimar. And interesting to see Score sacking the point early to get the heat up on Charlie. I think that's actually a really good idea. Charlie often allowed to just sit on the field for the entire game, unaccosted because of the imminent threat presented by all of the attackers on Bolimar's team. So the ability to have that thing sort of get chipped down passively, very interesting. We'll see if that was worth the 1 point sack there. Personally, I think it was an excellent play. And now, we're seeing the ability to threaten that front row with a slice here. Does that take out the Hopra? I couldn't tell if that +1 telekinesis could do it. Oh, +2 telekinesis.
I think it's gonna do it, especially.
I think this thing is cooked.
Notably, I think though, Bolimar is going for the sack, I believe, because this Vargavon's second attack is actually twist despite being fully mind invested. Meaning that the only hit it could really go for was sting, or stinger, or my bad, slice. You know what I'm trying to say. The launch goes straight though into this team. It's going to be 58 damage on the Noizard and 55 into Vargavon. I wonder if Bolimar's going to take it though. Mystic, of course, threatening. Yeah, even Bolimar hovering it, thinking about it.
Interesting.
Of course, the predictable Mystic tag-in is on this Noizard slot, and we are going to see that just going for the risky play.
Absolutely. It's a good judge of a test of the opponent's character, I suppose, to see if they'll take that switch there. I suppose there's really no reason not to, sort of. Oh, interesting. Let's see if we see the Hex coming out. Bolimar predicting that they will be hexing. Oh, no Hex, the forward walk, perhaps trying to make Bolimar play a guessing game next turn if Castle Lead stays in. Twist coming out. We know that that is a thing that this team is built to stop, though, with this Dispel and Chant. That said, turning off that dump is a powerful option, making it so that Bolimar cannot boost up, cannot get the one-action dump. It is, even though Bolimar can play around it, it does slow down her damage significantly. So
yeah,
let's see what we've got here.
I think it's very, very interesting to see the play come out from Score, where you're seeing this like twist and this front row Mystic sort of taking advantage of the, you have to shield the Castle Elite, and then it can't hit Mystic, or you switch into something else and it gets twisted, but that Chant is just going to stop that lock from happening at all. And another telekinesis from this Varkabon, though, it's getting really scary. Hex has been changed recently to make it so that you are now permanently tired as long as you are on the field. And with a twist, that means that Bolimar can't do anything except free ball.
Guaranteeing the free ball there off that play. Bolimar would have had to switch out the Charily, predicting this exact play from like the Mayan era to be able to play around it. Very well done though by Score, putting them in a bad position here. Bolimar gonna have to find a way to get this Cheerily off the field. Generally, I would expect to switch into Bandycraft here. That's usually the second support on this team once Cheerily goes down, but I'm wondering if maybe they want another attacker on the field as long as Twist is out. Be interested to see what they decide to do here. Her plays definitely has a lot of options. Oh, okay, going for the Hopra. Drums set on Score's side of the field. Feeling the rhythm, taking the advantage in the set.
That twist was exact?
Bolimar here. My God.
Since when was that twist exact damage? That's crazy. Seeing that from a mile away, is Score just able to know with the telekinesis going to be exactly enough to take out that Alugus, go up 2-3 with the controlling position as well. Bolimar going to try and snap back as quickly as possible with a dump on this Bandycraft team, well known for doing these sideways moves when put into situations where it resets. That being said, this Varkabon might be right where it wants to be. It's going to be able to hit this Hopra for enough damage to wipe it if it stays in. We're going to see a switch to stop that.
It looks like we might see a power-up from this Castle Lead, provoking the Hopra to stop the shield. Trying to take the KO here. This will stop Demanding Set. Oh, no, not putting it in, wow, not even close. I forgot that Castle Lead's actually really bulky mine side. It's Spirit Weak.
Yeah.
Man, Castle Lead's so good.
Castle Lead's awesome.
Potential for one-action dump, and Tool, a threat as well. Opting to go for this hit. We're seeing something about this team, though. It's very difficult for this team to function under the conditions that Score is putting Bolimar under. This team notably created before Weepy was in the game. So the addition of Stinger actually kind of putting this team through the paces here, really making it fight to try to run its usual plan. We saw that normally Bolimar would be able to deset Castle Lead to the front there and launch an incredibly powerful attack, but because of Weepy, unable to utilize all their actions each turn, we're seeing the economy, the action economy, sort of dominated by Score here. Have to try to get Cheerily in to try to take control of that again. With Provoke and Annoying on the field, it's going to be difficult to get those support actions through.
Right, but if that Stinger goes into Bandycraft, we may see a Dispel Chant go off and reset the position. And I'm not sure if anyone at home is noticing, but the health position is actually starting to go to Bolimar here slowly in the background. It's just not quite enough damage. We're seeing a slow creep back into the game here, and it's going to be another big hit from this Bandycraft, so I think we're going to see Bolimar take advantage.
Yeah, there we go. We see the Chant there. Interestingly enough, I would say Bolimar would probably want to go for a hit on the Noizard here to just lower the general health of Score's team, but unable to because of the set on Bandycraft here.
Right.
Tool unable to target that backline, and but able to deliver a devastating hit. Score deciding not to sack the point there.
Bandycraft showing us why it's just as... Yeah, Bandycraft showing us why it's just as cool, or at least trying to. Shout out Bandycraft. You're pulling your weight for sure. I'm trying. Like I see the effort. I hope more players pick you later on.
Good hustle out there, Bandycraft.
Good hustle,
Man,
Bandycraft.
imagine saying that last year before the captain nerfs. This is crazy. This thing is a
right?
beast.
Anyways, yeah, we're gonna see another provoke come out onto this Charlie, stopping the chant and a stinger into the front row, making sure Charlie can't help these attackers anymore. A complete knock into them, but it's gonna be another strong sneak attack. The only thing that can switch in is this Albrax, who's taking 81 on the other side right now. We may or may not see that. Of course, if it does happen, the Mystic can switch in later and still survive the serve, but the health is looking brutal.
Wow. In just a couple turns, I was saying that Bolimar might be losing this action economy war, but I guess who needs the action economy? The damage is looking monstrous. I was just thinking that Illugus wouldn't be able to do a lot of damage into this mind-focused team here, and here I am proven so catastrophically wrong.
Right, but we might see a swing. We might see a swing in Score's favor again because of the tractor beam trapping this poor Illugus in the front row. Provoked Weepy, but a lot of them removed, and another sneak attack coming straight in. I don't know if there's a way to survive this like with anything in the back. I think Mystic is going to have to switch in after a point sack, putting us to 2-2. But the tractor beam is going to keep this Illugus trapped after, and it might be game if that happens. Never mind. I just realized, wait, what is Illugus going to do after this point is gained? Oh, it doesn't matter. There's a shield.
Shield! Yeah, with the tractor beam, there's no chance. Oh my gosh, Score locking it up here. Just barely. Wow. Grasping victory from the jaws of defeat there, it looks like. I don't think that Bolimar has any plays here.
Wow. I think that was actually a checkmate now that I'm thinking about it, because of Illugus' only attack on serve is to sneak attack or free ball. Oh, free ball would save it. Bolimar would have to free ball on the following turn after getting the knockout on that Albrax, and then you'd have to switch in. Score would have to switch in the Mystic, and it becomes brutal because of that Hex, having to switch out and then dealing with the Hex on the other side. It was going to be a really, really evil endgame, but of course that shield on the Albrax stopping it from happening at all, putting Score ahead 1-0.
Very true, and notable lack of provoke on Bolimar's team, really hurting them there, I think.
Yeah.
Her team is very strong and usually able to sort of bully the opponent despite a lack of provoke and just blast through whatever shenanigans they're doing without even provoking them. But here we saw that come back to bite them a little bit. Very difficult to stop this Noizard from just shutting down their whole team, stopping the cheerleader from doing what it wants to do. And it was almost enough there. We saw by a razor-thin margin in that end game, just one turn's difference. If that cheerleader was able to boost up one turn earlier, I think we might have seen a very different game there with that sneak attack one-shotting the Albrax on switch in and not even giving it time to shield up. And then with that backline in the state that it was, it would have been over for Score there. So razor-thin margins, very well played all around, very close games. And I didn't even notice the checkmate until it happened. I forgot that Albrax had shield. I thought Score was cooked. I thought it was over.
Yeah, I mean, this team making really good use of the fact that it's not a very common archetype. We're seeing, like, of course, we've seen a lot of very standard offense with Charlie, and the Crimson Angels have made themselves known for such a long time. But Score's team is entirely original, and some of the picks are really, really unique, especially that shield on that Albrax just to get one extra turn of tractor beam and stop aggressive plays from being able to stuff it out. And honestly, that's really, really strong. I really like the shield pick, and I'm so glad it came in clutch there.
Yeah, excellent work. This is. I'll be interested to see how. The second game plays out. If we can adapt here, if Bolimar can make it happen after that game one, very close margins, I wonder what adaptation needs to be made to overcome this dastardly, never mind, or we can immediately forfeit the match. That will also, I imagine there was a...
I believe a few, lobby building mistakes. The players had to rebuild the lobby between matches. A little bit of technical difficulties never hurt nobody. We're getting right back into it, though.
Yes,
making
indeed.
sure. I think the thing that had ended up happening was that, of course, the rules are winner serves, so we're gonna make sure that score is serving on the following round here.
Yes, indeed. Be interested to see how.
Is it the same
Bolimar
opener? Yeah.
Yeah. See how Bolimar
Oh?
decides to play around this one. And okay, this time already changing things up, choosing to sneak attack into the Noizard slot and chant off the Weepy immediately.
Yeah,
Okay.
notably this Noizard invested, of course, in its very frail body defense, meaning that it's only at 85 on the mine side, gonna take a huge hit from this Lelugus, and it's actually going to be a tracker from the Platian. We're seeing the Platian finally get its value. Bolimar clapping right back with this dump, just straight up, because there were no other actions to take with Cheerilee being angry.
Very true. This is what I was talking about that last game with this action economy. This team really relies on Cheerilee as the linchpin for utilizing all of its actions in a turn. And so I'll be interested to see, we've already seen some slight adjustments here in the way that Bolimar has been playing this game. So I'll be interested to see how they want to counteract that going forward. We're looking like, looks like they're considering a switch in here. Shielding up, deciding that the provoke is not coming this turn. And accurately so, this is going to give them the ability. Cheerilee now able shield, making it impossible to apply the Weepy. Bolimar getting the turns correct here. Very well played. Now able to go for a boosted attack, breaking through Score's defensive lines here. Let's see if they're going to stack the point or switch out.
As most Beastieball players would know, the provoke lasting 2 turns but wearing off when it passes back to your opponent, so that extra turn of being actionable going to be taken advantage of by Bolimar to grab that point and aggressively swing in for the next one. Sneak attack going into the Varkabon, notably. Fine with keeping this Alugus in, seemingly. We could see a switch in to the Noizard to sort of punish this with a provoke, but who knows, truly.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see sneak attack coming in.
Oh, it's worse. I think we're going to see a punish with the Hex onto the Cheerilee.
It seems that way. Oh, the sidewalk.
Whoa,
Very
sidewalking?
interesting play here.
Wait, and the twist goes into the chair. Wait, whoa.
What?
Whoa.
Huh.
Folks at home,
Ultimately,
I can't explain that. I don't know. That there were
it's too
like
high level.
It's too high level. I don't understand. Wow, both players played that in a way I did not expect, meaning that there was a huge mind game going on that completely just, I didn't see it. 60 damage though going into this Albrax, sending this Castlete straight to the front. It's going to be a shield from the Castlete. Notably a provoke on the field. Still going for it though.
very true. But I think, oh, interesting. They provoke the choosing to provoke the Cheerilee. Makes sense there.
Oh yeah. Seemingly predicting a block as we see the twist come out to try and inflict Castlete with that shook, which will stop it from attacking, but Bolimar going to shield, keeping Castlete safe from this auxiliary effect and making it so that it can swing in for another 70. The Castlete Classic. Mystic
Very
notably
true.
still tired from its own Hex. We may not see it switch in here to block this hit like it usually does. Yeah, that shield on the Albrax, but not going to help its partner Varkabon, who's taking a bajillion damage.
One beastie billion. The bench looking a little damaged here from Score, and the field looking damaged as well. Oh, interesting. We see the switch into the double attacker to stop. Very well done by Bolimar there. Noticing what Score intends to do, and now setting up a situation where Tool probably will KO either Beastie. Yep. Well done, forcing this Albrax off the field. Give me something else, or give me the point. Yep.
Right, and that Platian's gonna come in and take the hit. I think we're gonna see another shield here just to protect one beastie from that shook and also that tracker on Platian. Of course, with no provoke active on the field, no way to stop it from happening, but Score's gonna get this read right and is just gonna grab a second point with the slice to the back row. Double front row showing its weakness here.
Very much so. Scary position for both players here. It is very, very scary to be down into this last point versus a Tractor Hex team. That Albrax, if it gets an opportunity to switch in, this game could be over via checkmate with no options available to Bolimar. They have to be very careful about how they play the next couple turns.
That's right.
And Mystic also notably back up. We see it switching in, sacking the point. Okay,
but not getting the slot correct this time, thus not voiding the hit and instead just leaving the teammate out to dry. However, notably, there are no more sideways moves left on Score's side, and we're seeing Bolimar actually consider a thump to stay in the back and get more bulk. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
Very well played. And this means that it's possible for them to walk the bandy forward, change the target of the tractor beam, and allow themselves to safely tag this Castle Elite off the field. Very, very smartly considered by Bolimar.
Right.
An excellent micro adjustment that will allow them to stay in the game here. I'll be excited to see how they choose to try to close this game out. Hex, a very real threat. Freeze Ray!
Oh, that freeze ray, but it doesn't quite knock out the Castle Elite. A very calculated amount of health. We're gonna see the high spirits demanding set from the back row. Is Score going to stack, or is this game?
Is so smart. Freeze Ray actually stopping Castle Elite from moving forward off launch and demanding set, which means that it can freely use those higher damage attacks without switching itself into danger. Are we going to see the shield from Albrax here?
I think we're going to see the shield again. Or we'll see a switch out, but I don't think a switch out can happen. Or a stack. Yes, so the stack I had mentioned does happen. No shield from the Albrax. Notably, this does sort of disrupt Score's position a little, but the defensive lifeline is going to be huge. Most likely, Albrax will walk over to the side here so that it can switch into Varkabond to keep the team healthy and hopefully survive a few more turns. But of course, Bolimar switching in the Hopra, knowing that what's left is going to be Spirit Weak.
Very true. Also, notably, if Score wants a sidewalk here, they can't provoke the Bandycraft and launch an attack, which means that Demanding Set can come out to play, unless they want to Freeze Ray the Hopra, but that means they get one action dump. Okay, so they go for the provoke, choosing not to sidestep.
Whoa.
You know what? Very good, because Bandycraft actually can't punish the open lane here. Because it has Tool and Dump, it can only hit the front row here.
Right, but Hopra can. And I think that's what we're going to see.
Super commit.
Oh, Bolimar attacking straight into the stacked lane instead.
Wow. I wonder.
Predicting the Mystic to move, I believe. But that's not going to happen. The Mystic is just going to block and catch the ball. Score risking it all.
What a read. Wow, okay. Also, excellent play by Bolimar. Super commit, not actually making it so Hopper can't switch out because it was already nervous due to Freeze Ray on the last turn.
Right.
What will Bolimar do here? This is such an interesting position.
What a match, what a match. All right. Bolimar could keep the position here, or they could switch into Cherylee. Or Alugus, seeing the Hex coming maybe.
Reading the Hex.
Yeah, and that Freeze Ray is going to hit Alugus, but of course, in the back row, not going to do enough damage to knock out here. We're going to see another sneak attack, this time into the open lane, not taking any more chances with a tired Beastie and a low health one. Score is going to have the trolley problem of a lifetime.
That is devastating right now. This Hex backfiring in a big way on Score here because of the read from Bolimar. An excellent play by them, leaving them in a solid advantage state. Let's see what Score can do about this, if anything. Does Mystic even live this boosted hit?
I don't know. It does.
They do. Able to stop the ball, but
and
dear Lord.
We're going to see a provoke probably to stop the shield on the Alugus or stop the demanding set from Bandycraft. Right, but Notably, Bandycraft has been sitting in the front row this entire round, just keeping everyone in the back row safe, allowing them to tag out constantly, keeping the pressure up for Bolimar, and we're gonna see a tool come flying into this poor, sleepy Mystic.
Who can tag in to take this? It's got to be Varka, right?
Right, and it takes 97.
Oh my gosh.
Notably, Bandy cannot defend because there is no block to be had with the provoke on it. But even though it's trapped in here, because of the Varkabon's ability, it's still super healthy. Notably, Score has not been hitting it, so it's completely safe to, switch it out and go into another Beastie here.
Oh my gosh, the last turn of sleep coming off of Hopra. It steps onto the court. We all know LeBron James better with the flu, able to step onto the court, take the hit, and activate high spirits to close out this game, I think. I think that's the play here from Bolimar. Can Score defeat that? Telekinesis, yep, we're going for it.
It's gonna do a lot, but of course Hopra, even though it's mind weak, is still going to survive one hit in that huge high spirits super commit, doing 150 damage to everything on Score's side. A really strong endgame showing from Bolimar, and that's gonna take our game 2. We're going to game 3.
Absolutely. Devastating hit there from Hopra, closing up the set. Bolimar making the adaptation. I know we were talking about what Bolimar might have to do, what they might have to do to make the adaptation, change up the game plan, and get in there and take game 2. And they have done it with flying colors. Very well played by Bolimar there. Able to play around the Tractor Hex in the end game, even after going down 2-1, which is very hard and very stressful. Saw them make some clutch decisions about how they wanted to position their beasties and how they wanted to attack by using... Oh, interesting. This is not a lead that you see very often from Bolimar here, choosing to switch it up and go for the Hopra Elite lead
Interesting.
Oh, that's actually super smart.
Classic Tractor Hex here.
Choosing to... Wow. I'll be interested to see how this turn plays out, because we have the Tornado Ball here, able to knock an opponent off the field. We could see, because Albrax has shield, it might be not the best to hit that. However, because it's obvious to go for... Oh, they do go for the shield on there. Getting the read right on that play. Very, very well done.
Already mind games within the first, 2 seconds of the match.
And here's another mind game. Do we tag Cheerily into the serve slot here, able to chant off a potential... Oh, wait, they can't chant off a Hex anymore. That's not how that move works anymore. God, that's...
Yeah. No more chanting to be able to be done here. We're going to see a Dispel Hex, though, immediately onto the Elite. The switch going into slot 1. This Elite going to stay asleep. But, of course, Bandycraft can go for a tool if it so wishes. Unfortunately, stuck in the back row. Score doing a really good job of keeping Bolimar's team from that front row net bonus, just making it so that they have to stay in the back, and now threatening a sideways move after?
This is already looking very, very dangerous for Bolimar's team here. Able to move forward, though, with the Bandycraft. Very smart. I'm seeing the reason for that switch in now. Able to walk to the front, take the Tractor Hex. Unfortunately, going to be forced to free ball this turn. This is a pretty devastating start off that correct read at the beginning of the game from Score. Unable to break the formation, and so getting Tractor Hex. Right, now, Bolimar going to have to play for this deficit.
Yeah, and the sideways, pressure just forcing Bolimar, of course, to walk up there on the defensive turn and take this twist, even though that's not what they want to do. Just forced to take this free ball if you want to make the safe plays in this matchup. Score just really taking control here at the beginning, which is exactly what the team wants to do in this matchup. Looking great from them here. Very
true. I'll be interested to see how Bolimar maneuvers around this position. Okay, Provoke on the field already. Twist into the secondary slot, but we've got Cheerily coming in receiving it. No attacks on that Beastie anyways, so don't mind. Oh my god! Why does it do so much damage?
A single cheer from Cheerily going to send Bandycraft into nuclear damage ranges. Notably, Score's team not really going above 115 mind defense, so that Bandycraft is just going to tear through it like a hot knife through butter.
Very true. already seeing a bit of reversal of fortune here from Bolimar's team, because despite the fact they were down in tempo early in the game, the damage race actually not looking so bad for them after that one hit, a thunderous hit that is sending them right back into this game in terms of damage numbers. Castle still asleep on the bench, but we'll see how Score can answer that hit. Twist coming in, read from Bolimar, getting in the Hopra here, threatening a lot of damage, and demanding set online. Oh no.
Oh, are we gonna see it? I think we are. I'm wondering if Bolimar's gonna walk the... I think Bolimar should walk the Bandicraft back here, though, just to make sure that the sideways hit doesn't happen again from this Varkabon. But then again, the damage is so high, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, the double block definitely can't save. Can't save it now. Oh, forced to tool into Varka here, though. That's probably guaranteeing a point for Score here. Unable to tag out this Bandicraft. Hopefully, Hopra probably looking to leave the field here, probably having to sack the Bandicraft, going 1-1. 44 damage?
44 on the serve. It's it's ability activated. Full focus from the Bandicraft. It's at 33%. It's doing extra damage.
Of course. It is locked in right now. This team is so dangerous. You slip up for 1 second, you hit a guy down to low health, and suddenly you're taking 44 off the serve from a mind attack into Varkabon, who is significantly tanking Mindside. That is not, oh my god, I think it's no slouch.
No, and that's very, very strong from Bolimar here. But at the same time, you're going to see that tracker from the Platian doing just enough on the locked Bandicraft, who had to attack Varkabon there. Of course, triggering Varkabon's ability and making it so that Platian can easily snap back for another point. Being able to just match it up 1-1 as Alugus finds itself running up here, going to get another point because of the walk-up from Platian.
Score having to make a read there on whether or not Bolimar was going to dump or attack into the Varkabon slot, putting a lot of pressure on Score's actions here. This is getting dangerous for Score. After such a dominating start, Bolimar managed to reverse that position expertly. This is some real professional stuff here.
Oh, super, super good from both players. And we're going to see another sneak attack here on the serve, hitting this, a little frailer of a Noizard, but of course that strong stinger it has with the annoying maybe going to get the read on this Cheerilee coming in, or we're just going to see the tracker to try and remove some damage. Of course, if Cheerilee comes in on that, it's going to be a huge punish. So another read has to be done here by Score. The tracker comes in. Bolimar has the Cheerilee ready. Dispel Chant going to remove the block instantly, going for that dump, forcing Score to walk up or lose the game.
Oh my god. And, god, this is just such a devastating choice to have to make here. I assume this is the Platian walk forward, but you're taking a pretty significant amount of damage. 49! It's so hard to exist on the same field as Cheerilee and Alugus. You just can't do anything.
Definitely.
Take 40 damage for sneezing.
Oh, for sure. And I think what's even more notable is that the team is looking super healthy right now. Although that's going to start changing. This Noizard doing big damage. All
Very
things
true.
Considered. Although Hopra just got knocked into high spirits on the exact amount of health. No way.
Oh no. I think it's over. I don't think you can do anything about it.
Oh man, I just got completely knocked off of focus. Bolimar opening the feedback form, typing in holy moly.
LeBron, scream if you love Hopra.
Oh man. The exact damage to put it into high spirits, what are the odds? Actually, okay, it's 34 stamina to be knocked into high spirits, which, all things considered, that was 1 HP off. Still almost exact. I can't believe that.
It is 33.
Because it's below.
Yeah, I know. I've been messing with some high spirit stuff recently, and yep, that was some great heads up by oh my gosh, by Bolimar. They look at all the damage numbers. They see, if I tag in, but what if I tagged in Hopra here and did 100 gazillion damage off of this attack? Holy moly, indeed. Hopra claiming another victim.
The second I say the second I say the words out loud, quote, the damage is starting to go in favor because the noise art is finally getting some damage on the board. It's detrimental. It knocks it into perfect range. Super, super unfortunate, but an
Oh my
excellent
gosh.
play overall. Amazing set, and what a finish. We got the
True.
debug open as well, or like the feedback form. Unbelievable.
They said,
I
Dev, watch this. You did
we
this.
of course we saw the devs on stream yesterday. I wonder how they're feeling at home after that one. I think of course that was all intentional. A beautiful, beautiful play. I've said the
Very well
same word
done.
multiple times, not enough words to describe that. It was such a good set. I
It was
really liked that we
exquisite.
were yes, we were able to see a really strong showing from both a heavily like control oriented team as well as a heavily offense oriented one. And as you saw at home, it could have gone either way there. Just a couple of plays different, and that score flips. Four score, funny enough, no pun intended. And yet, at the same time, Bolimar is going to win it with such a electric finish. And now
True.
Bolimar securing their place in grand finals. Meanwhile, we're going to see Score go down into the underdogs bracket, I think fighting Arctech. And we're going to see a wrap up between the match of KingOfCharge and Boolerex to see who gets to face Dino in the other side of underdog semis. I think we're
Ooh.
I think we're past top 8 at this point. We might be going into top 4 territory.
Yeah, I think so. And I just want to say a huge shout out to both players in that last match. Score played that incredibly well. The Crimson Angels are super hard to play against. Any move could be a landmine where you're like, oh, I get a lot of damage on this attack. I swing, and then suddenly Bolimar with the reversal, like, but actually if I tag in this guy, you hit me to exactly 33, and now I destroy your entire team in one hit. Like, when you get down to that last point, both of those teams, once they take the 2 points, you are in desperate territory immediately. Every move you make has to be suspect, checked, double checked, and you only have so much time to make each play. So both of those teams really stressful to play against and very well played for both players. Some real composure showing through for both of them. So I just want to give both players a huge shout out for an excellently played match. Really entertaining Beastieball today.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, speaking of, I believe we are ready to watch another match. We're going to cut into the ending of Boolerex v Charge.
Yeah.
Oh, or game, never mind. They're actually on game 1.
Oh, wow.
Some slight technical issues, I think, causing them to still be on game 1. So we get to enjoy a full feast of Beastieballing. This will be quite exciting. Two very cool teams. I was really looking forward to see Charge's team in this tournament. So I will be excited to see that match. And Boolerex, by the way, I think we'll be featuring some familiar beasties to anyone who was watching the last 2 matches.
We've been featuring a lot of this team over the weekend. I think for good reason. It's made itself into 2 of the top 16 spots. And we are going to be seeing it once again, although it is notable. It is actually a pretty interesting flip around here from the perspective of what's in the lead. We, of course, saw with the Dino set how good Precise Illugus is at disrupting beasties like Platypulse, breaking down control cores, and being able to rush in with those precise sneak attacks to stop any sort of redirection shenanigans. But notably, Boolerex's team has flipped it around and instead has Castle Elite on the lead and Precise Illugus as a torch passer for additional lifeline. It plays notably differently, despite the fact that it is the same 5. So we're going to see here, although I think it's important to note, it's such an offensive team, and I've been talking about that offense versus lesser offense going on in both the matches today, but we're going to see an offense versus offense here because Charge's team is very offensive. And I think we're
Very
going to...
true.
So if you liked the 150 damage holy moly of last game, get ready to say holy moly again. We're going to be getting into the next bit. So hopefully a little bit soon. If not, we'll just see. It's definitely, the set is ongoing. We're going to see when they... Oh, all right. All right. All right, jumping
hello.
straight into it. Yeah.
Get ready for another exciting and heated game of Beastieball. We've got Charge already up 1-0 in this set, so Boolerex fighting for their tournament right now, trying to stay in it in the underdogs, scrapping it out, trying to get revenge on Bolimar here, who sent them down. Let's see. We're seeing, again, a very similar team to last game, if you recall the Crimson Angels, except this time leading with Castleite, all-star of the game. We've got Charge on the serve here after going up 1-0 last game, 45 off the start, right to that Castleite, no hesitation. Some significant damage. Getting close to that to that power-up range, though, so we have to be careful. We know what can happen.
I'm honestly shocked. I mean, Castleite's super body bulky, making this like really offensive team kind of look like when you walk up, you don't expect to take 45. You usually expect to take a little more. But of course, just a really strong body defense on both of the leads here from Boolerex gonna make it just so that they can get a really easy jump into the front row and slam right back. We thump. 83 damage onto that poor thing's cranium. We might see the Cyclone though.
It's mimicry. It's mimicry scrimmage. It has power up right now.
It has power up. Oh, but Charge going to go for the Cyclone, not opting for the power up, instead opting for just a little bit of safety net. Of course, Cyclone, one of the big safety nets of KingOfCharge's team, so that is so that's what we're going to see here. But just a safer play with E-Pass, confident pass. This is what we're talking about now. We're going to see +2 scrimmage with backline defenses going straight in for this True Strike. The block doesn't matter. You're still taking 69 of your health. Going to be knocked into the red ranges here. And a dump, though, going to force us sideways. This is just, it's just blindingly fast.
This is just a guaranteed point. You can't even, no one takes this hit.
Right, and we're going to see a Cyclone to sort of disrupt the following serve, but of course this Bandicraft, similar to the one we saw before, is going to get an exact damage number with Tool!
Wait a minute. What? Wow, if it was even 1 point less, we'd be putting this scrimmage into high power range and receiving an absolutely devastating clapback, but because it is exact cease, does Charge even have a way to stop this from happening? I don't think they have any moves that can stop it. Oh, they can want Conjar forward, I guess, but, because it's Tool, but...
Right.
I don't think they want that.
I think another attacker is going to have to take this hit here. But we'll see. I think a switch in, or just a Cyclone going to push out the other slot. What? Oh, the Charily was boosting the damage by 10. Cyclone going to switch out the Charily, removing the cheerleader ability, making it so that it is no longer exact. Instead, it is prime. This scrimmage is now in power up range with the +2 True Strike, 77 damage. That Charily lived?
I'm surprised. Power up. I guess the reason we think of power up as being so devastating is because it's on Castleite, who has such a ridiculously high body attack set. Scrimmage not able to match it there, but with Jazz and +1, very surprised that didn't do. I guess Charily is pretty body tanky, and it's back to back, but.
I guess also the 25 extra body attack that Castleite has over scrimmage, I think might be doing that as well.
Very true.
But I think it's also the fact that Boolerex's Charily is, of course, pretty body bulky, meaning that it's able to survive these hits in the back row with the defensive boost, and Squim was also in the back row itself, so not as high as you would think. But a Tool is going to come careening in here. We're going to see a walk-up for the sack, just guaranteeing that the Tool takes it out. Poor Squimmage taking like 190 damage over the course of the last 3 turns. 2-0 for Boolerex, fighting super well right now. We're going to see a Tool go straight in as well. Notably, this is just Cheerleader from the Charily making it 40 damage this time, UrBestie. So, you know, you're allowed to be a little shocked. A lot of damage here.
What? Oh man.
Thank you.
We see the potential for net rush Compass here and thumping into the front lines. Castleite able to put on quite a showing here. We'll see how much damage that's able to do and what Charge wants to do here. I don't know how many options they have for this turn, really. I feel like this is they kind of just have to get in there because the time is running out. No time to think. They're going to free ball if they wait any longer. Okay, here we go.
Net rush. We're seeing that net rush you mentioned go, sending Castle Elite straight to the front. Now, notably, no launch to do it again, but it did help there, as when it received the ball, it was able to run in and get the hit. I think this Castle Elite is serving as an offensive pivot here. And while it's going to lose a little bit of its serve power, it's definitely going to more than make up for that in the fact that it is Castle Elite doing a bajillion damage. As it does. Beastiebillion. My fault.
One Beastie. Please. Interesting. We go for the thump there. How much damage is this Castle taking?
Oh.
Because we see D-set dump. This does... Oh, no. D-set one-action dump. Can any Beastie on the field survive this attack? I don't think Contra lives this. We've seen how much damage it takes from previous.
I think it might. It's at 69, taking 69 damage, I should say, from the back row, which is showing that it's going to take 92 dump. Of course, the numbers you see on screen calculating based on the front row. So Nero, as it's only used from the net, so narrowly going to survive that. You're gonna see.
Oh my God.
But we're going to see a sneak attack come out instead. And it's going to just knock out that Castle Elite straight up. A really strong showing, just 1-3. Just going to take it.
Dang.
I believe now we are 1-1 in the set.
Very true, very true. Charge did take that first match. Interesting to see. That seems like a very strong adaptation for Boolerex, because that game, that was a powerful showing there.
It really was, and honestly, I'm really excited to see that game 1 off stream, because it was such a strong showing that now we've seen a strong showing from both players, assumedly, and we're going to see how they both adapt in game 3, taking it home for all the marbles here in this underdog bracket. One of these players will be moving on. Let's see who it's going to be. We're going to see the Castle Elite Charlie. I think just again, I think Boolerex is taking some time to think about adaptations to make and ways to surprise Charge in this final round.
Yeah, very true. We're going to have to see the counter adaptation from Charge here, bringing themselves back into the game. They didn't get to showcase a lot of their team that game. They were under so much constant sideways pressure, they didn't get to move around a lot. So we'll have to see. That launch, no launch from Castle Elite there, actually significantly hampering them because they were unable to respond effectively to that the turn where they were getting, slammed from both directions by this Alugus. Launching to the front here. All right.
Notably, because of the switch up, Charge going to go for the Cyclone for a little bit of damage reduction, once again removing that cheerleader. Notably, because of the team layout, Alugus is going to come in, and we see that Boolerex doesn't want that, going right back into the Charlie to take this 62 damage hit. I think we're just going to see a volley cheer thump. I think we thump.
Yeah, it's looking like it's time to do some damage here. Squimmage, very versatile, unfortunately also very squishy. Not enjoying getting hit by an attack like this here. Choosing not to cheer, I think, just assuming that they're going to get, just sort of assuming they're going to get cycloned here.
And getting it right.
Going for the cheer. Yeah, there we go. Still taking the KO there.
Right, despite the fact that Squimmage would get knocked out, Charge opting to Cyclone out, wanting this Bandicraft in instead. But this tool is still going to be strong. We're going to see another 40 damage hit come careening in.
Very, very true.
Shloom going to take it. For the first time that we've seen during this set, this Shloom is going to come out. And
very true.
It's going to have... Yeah, with Dig, it's going to heal itself a bit, and of course, Bounce threatening a strong hit. 59 damage. Excellent job with that con pass from the Conjar. Thank you, Conjar.
Thank you, Conjar.
We're going to see, though, if Shloom wants to walk up to not risk this sideways move, it will get wiped to the tool, putting KingOfCharge at a 2-0 disadvantage. So we might see either Conjar walk up or just not risk this sideways move at all. But let's see. Now the tool is knocking out. Oh, it's spinning the wheel. I think we're going to see the tool here. If somebody walks up, Conjar will get knocked out now because of the cheer boost from Charlie. But no, we're going to see the dump and a switch.
Oh, correctly reads the play. My gosh, Boolerex on top of it this game, just making all the right calls.
That's another correct read. Straight in a row.
Walking forward, do we see an opportunity to just barely outside of range for that power-up here. Still able to put on a lot of pressure as this Castellite. Able to boost up using Conjo's Confident Pass and then take a chunk out of the opponent with Thump. That said, backline's looking really, really healthy for Boolerex. Can't quite say the same for Charge here with that Castellite. That Shloom already looking a little hurt.
Right.
So,
So both
Ooh.
beasties on the field currently really low. Not great when you have a shield, but of course, Boolerex up 2 points thanks to those really strong reads in the beginning. Just being able to now sort of be comfortable with losing a point, I believe. And with how low some of the health on these beasties are, I would think that is the intention. But we'll see.
Yes,
Of course, Charge down some points, but up in bench health. So it's going to be an uphill battle here to get this final point. But with such offensive teams, both of them are, of course, very squishy in their specs. Meaning that we're going to see who just gets the next point here. Slamming a sneak attack. Are we going to see the shield?
Shield is, yup, here it comes. Very
All right.
dangerous now.
Thankfully, we see the
powered up.
shield. And of course, yes, once again, power up activating. You see how often it activates. It's going to deal a whopping amount of damage to all of these beasties. Not quite knocking out Hopper, notably. It can switch into take 2, but that's going to be so much health. I think we're just going to see a sacrifice or maybe a torch pass from the Alugas.
Torch Pass can't even save anything though. With this +2 Thump. Taking out the entire team.
Wait, I just realized the fact that the compass happened mean that Castellite was actually able to knock out the Hopper too, and now we're seeing a really brutal situation. If Charge reads correctly where the Castellite switches in, I think nothing takes the hit anymore, but a torch pass to save the situation.
Very true, but still, this is still really real. Oh, but Chant!
Yes, I was gonna say the chant. It's going to bring Hopper back to life. And this is going to secure Boolerex another turn, and of course, while the beasties will be low health, but notably can't chase out this Castellite. Castellite can click shield for free.
Oh no.
I think this Castellite's staying in here. Oh no.
This Castellite might just take this game over. Wow.
Oh no, I think this Castellite's gonna do it.
If it can KO Hopper on this next turn, the only available switch in here is the opposing Castellite. If Castellite shows shield here, choosing to hit away from the Castellite, do we have the read? Okay, we shield it. Bringing in Squimmage, which means, oh, never mind, Cryptic.
Yes, notably, Conjar's cryptic ability gonna stop the Tornado Ball from switching it out, meaning that Castellite gets free reign of the board once again, and even though it has a net rush, it can simply use an action to walk up, slam this Thump, and the only thing that lives is Castellite. It's a 50-50 for the game here. Bolimar is gonna have to switch in a Castellite into the correct slot to not lose right now. 2 seconds on the clock. Wait, Boolerex is gonna shield instead.
Choosing to shield the Hopra. Wow, this is a multi-dimensional mind game here. Let's see which direction Charge decides to go. We're seeing the game hanging in the air. Suspense.
Oh no!
Reads correctly, but this means that Hopra is safe.
There is another.
Guaranteeing.
Yes. Okay. That's such a
Very
strong
smart
play
play.
from Boolerex. That's right. It's not quite over yet. If Hopper shields, you will have another turn because that toughness will last one extra turn. That's super strong.
That means that guess who else gets another shield?
Oh no.
We're shield gaming out here. It's shield for shield. Help.
We shield. Oh.
and then Charge will have to make a read on which of the opponents is going to shield.
Oh,
and if they
shield to shield.
Notably, if they shield their Castellite, though, they will not be able to net rush to the front. So they'll have to make the attack from the back line. I think with power up and a +1, it should still be okay. I don't think anything on the opposing team can survive that hit without shield anymore. So it's going to be a dangerous position here for Boolerex. They're just going to have to make the right read here, I think. Super commit.
Shield is so anxiety-inducing in the fact that Boolerex is taking their sweet time, going all the way to like 3 seconds each time. It's so scary.
Now here's
Notably,
the thing, though.
Hopper just locked itself in.
so it can't switch out. And luckily, no one on Boolerex's team is taking that hit anyways. So it's just a straight
so
up.
it is a straight up 50-50.
Who is shielding here?
A true 50-50 in the face of players who say that there aren't that many of them.
I will say, though, I don't think this is a 50-50 at all. If you hit the hopper here and it shields, you could very easily lose the game to activating its its high spirits. So we go for the Cas lead there. Boolerex maybe catching that heads up and reading the play. Shield now not an option from Charge anymore, though unable to take the kill on this Conjar here either. So we're gonna have to tag this Cas lead probably. Get in bro slide in maybe? This is suddenly a very precarious situation for both players. Hopra, notably by the way, going to activate its own high spirits due to its sweat. And then it will be able to shield potentially, and then take an attack that will absolutely send Charge to the Shadow Realm. So we have a very tense couple turns coming up. Everybody be ready.
Right,
Each decision carries a lot of weight here.
I think, though, we're going to see a launch come up from the Cas Elite, going to try and just all in at this point, but the scrimmage, of course, switching into that slot 1 as Conjar was completely safe with all of its bulk. Meaning that now we're going to see an excited... No, not really, because Cas Elite is actually provoked, meaning it can't shield. If an excited pass, confident pass, true strike goes into it here, the only thing that lives is Charlie. Does it live it? We're not even seeing that. It's gonna be the true strike from Conjar.
We have the provoke. It happened. Oh my god.
Wow.
What a tense end game there. Just fighting tooth and nail, read after read coming out from each player, having to make the most of decisions with the entire game on the line. Have you ever played Beastieball with your tournament life on the line?
Oh, excellent job from Charge, advancing in the underdogs bracket. And I think what's even crazier to me is that not only did the True Strike Conjar do it, but very akin to commentator's curse, I said that there was a true 50-50 going on, but that's not exactly true. Charge avoiding the entire 50-50, going for a different one and simply slamming right in to that other slot, taking out that poor locked-in Hopra and securing the game. Absolutely wonderful. Offense versus offense, making my head spin. I believe that match was, somewhere in the beginning of the double digits. Light speed.
Very true.
Very done.
Multi-dimensional reads being made by both players. Very, very well played. An intricate game of chess there. The offense versus offense matches in this game, despite what some people might have you believe, are very, very difficult to play, and there's a lot of calculation that goes into them. Despite the fact that, on one hand, on the receiving end, sometimes you just see like big damage numbers. This guy's just clicking buttons. They're just boosting up and killing me. This is awful. Like, devs, please nerf. But I think that these matchups, especially being played at such a high level, they become very intricate. Lots of reads being made based on what the optimal move appears to be at any given time. We saw that shield from Cas Elite there because specifically the shield on Hopra was such a powerful option that would have catapulted Boolerex into a commanding position if it had been played into. We see Charge play around that play, and then Boolerex, reading that, plays around playing around it by shielding the Cas Elite. Some really, really excellent plays by both players, allowing them to see 8-10 moves into the future. Ultimately, the Charge able to close out the game with the provoke, denying options from the opponent, and reading around the Charlie switch in. So very, very well played to both players. A very close, very tense match. Super
absolutely excellent. Such a good thing. And now that we've seen a match in the underdogs bracket, we're going to see that Charge will be moving on and facing Dino later on today. But I believe from the two of us, that is going to be it. So I think it's ready. We're ready to pass off the torch to Robin, Nero, and Ket to take away the rest of the tournament before, of course, our third block with our very special guest. A different special guest than yesterday, okay? Just keep that in mind. I know they both said special guest. It's not like a bit. It's a different guest. Anyways. And get really excited for that because it's going to be great. All things considered, I think let's sign off
Yeah,
I've been
we've seen some
Coolbz.
wonderful, and I've been UrBestie. And we've seen some wonderful bowling here today. Do not worry about it. It's A-okay, man. We've seen some wonderful bowling here today, and I hope to see y'all at future events. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, and we're going to pass the baton now to Nero, Robin, and Ket. Thank you, everyone, for showing up, and thank you for bringing the heat. We'll see you later. Peace.
Torch passing out.
Ladies and gentlemen, beasties and ballers, welcome to Bring the Heat, Day 2. I am your commentator, Ultra Nero, joined by the slander messiah themselves, Ket. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. I'm ready to see some really top play Beastieball here, some top rank Beastieball.
Speaking of top rank Beastieball, we have Bolimar in the Winners Finals. This is set in stone, cannot be changed. One of our 4 players left might change it today. Dino, KingOfCharge, Architect versus Arcwell. That's what we have queued up for right now. The teams are, I'm going to say it right now because I personally am very excited for it. We have almost all castle leagues in this top section here. There are 5 teams left, 3 of them have a castle league. I, for one, very excited. This is my incrediblest day of my life. What a time to be alive for me specifically. What an incredibleness. Also, I'm just getting word. We have someone familiar on the bench. Might I walk in? Robin Nightmares, Bring the Heat, commentary veteran. Discord, don't do this to me. Okay, we were Discord is being Discord. There we go. Hi, Robert.
Here we are.
Oh,
Hello. I had a secret second mute button.
There's 2 mutes. Goodness. Isn't this game so great? I love this application. I can't wait for another update to make it run even slower on my computer.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Good to be here. How are you guys feeling about a top cut for the ages?
It's stacked. I would not want to be one of the survivors of the rules if I knew this was going to be the end of it again. Bolimar in Winners Finals, Dino versus KingOfCharge, Architect versus Arcwell, which is what we have queued up right now. Very scary competitive plays.
I caught a few of them. I caught a few of the matches while working around earlier. It is wonderful to see both the variety and where things come into place on commonality.
Yeah, sure.
Truly, I'm not sure anything will top the sheer absurdity of the perfect mirror match between Bolimar and Boolerex, but I'm excited to see them prove me wrong.
For sure. I'm very excited about like some BCs that have had some very incredible performances here. You know, Cherily, Lunaptra. All these BCs getting the spotlight. Body specifically being proven a type that's been slept on for a while leading up to this patch and this event. Suddenly getting so much powerful representation, and of course the king of that castle lead. Absolute bro that I am. Now these 2 teams, I mentioned that these 2 teams, I'm scrambling to find my notes again. There are 3 teams left who have Bandicraft, who have a castle lead on them. One of those is, of course, Architect's team. Architect running a... I have lost track of my notes yet again. Christ, 1 second.
I'm taking a look at Architect's team. We did see this on stream as well yesterday.
Yes.
Full body offense, very intimidating, very strong if the opponent isn't ready for it. And it looks like Arcwell's team just might be built for it. We're gonna have to wait and see. Platypulse and Bandicraft are going to have a bit of a tough time, but we have a Boldler. We have a Hopra, which is honestly a solid body tank when you need one.
There's worse options for sure.
It looks like they have invested some defenses, so while they won't be able to make use of their mine defenses today, they do have a lot of options. Like that, I think that Bandicraft is the key. I do think that Bandicraft will be the key to victory.
Yeah, it's definitely there's times for these teams where, you know, against something like Lunaptra Boldler, that's already a very body heavy reliance to have. with your tanks. Again, Platypus is going to have to find a very difficult niche in this match, given that it's helped Arcwell up to this point to get around a lot of the mind threats we've been seeing this tournament. And
I will say,
in
the past matches we've seen, Stinger is no slouch. That might make a big difference to prevent boosts and put everyone on a timer. That only matters if they can get them in in position in the first place.
Worth noting that Cass Elite's power-up cannot be stopped by Stinger, so a big part of this match is going to be managing that Cass Elite, figuring out how to stop it from running the games in the same fashion that we've seen it be running them. It also looks like, you know, with the launch, immediate good positioning, there's no equivalent sort of serve on Arcwell's side to do anything other than damage or to inflict weepy on someone.
I will say,
front row is scary.
I will say I'm curious if Torch Pass and Dread Mist will come into play here. It's fun to see the slight differences between the Lunaptra on the screen.
Kat, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
Oh, I'm hoping the Dread Mist comes out. I think it's going to be very pivotal in stopping that Cass Elite shield from just running the match like we've been seeing it do so far this tournament.
This is true. Dread upscale.
Dread Mist has not gotten as much screen time as I think it deserves, which is all the time.
Your last name is Nightmare, so let's get into it! Bring the heat!
Muscle memory, as expected, going right into Hopra.
God, no hesitation on that at all.
No hesitation, no question.
Oh, pump up though to the front.
Pump up is not the scariest thing in the whole wide world. It's the scariest thing to this team, but it's still a pump up in the front lane.
It's not the scariest thing in the world, but it is with a provoke behind it. Also being able to set up drum, being able to cheer.
I'm also noticing that neither party has a way to reset boosts, which Cyclone could be huge here, but again, provoke is going to be a big problem. Yep, as expected. Instead, they're tagging in the Cass Elite, possibly hoping for a cheer to get into power up range, but it doesn't pay off. Instead, they take a confident pass, they're preparing a launch. It looks like.
Oh yeah. It's gonna, again, that front row positioning is gonna be scary. Nothing a block here can't fix. It's gonna be one of those situations that's very terrifying. You could call this out with a pump up, will not be happening today.
Although I will say, Rumpus getting them back into armor range and provoke super commit could simply win a point right here, but that depends on what Arctech does.
Now, worth noting that drum cheer takes the point here against Cass Elite. If they drum cheer, they won't be able to provoke. If they pass through the provoke, they won't be able to set up drums or cheer. It's a big
of stacking up
here.
with Lunaptra.
Yeah, very big commitment
Instead
here.
choose to move to the back.
Arcwell has not made their decision yet. It's just worth noting.
And it's true. This is not an easy. There's a lot of options here. Drum super commit.
Super commit comes out.
Super commit comes out. Power up is on.
Power up range.
And they have room. Oof.
Shout out to the confidence pass.
It looks like I'm gonna hazard a guess. They're gonna have to take a guess. Are they going to body block and leave the lane open, or are they going to let Hopper go down?
I would almost hit into Hopper just because of. Oh my God! Never mind. I would have made the wrong play.
1 point.
Play here. Connected.
1 point.
Muscle memory comes out. There's almost no chance that you're going to be able to shield with this Cass Elite. So it's a very difficult stance to be in at the moment. Where.
And after sitting pretty back there. A Noibug might be good here.
It might be. Also, Lunaptra getting that value already, even though it only has muscle memory. Thump coming out into the Delugia.
Moby Richard takes the field.
Almost said the wrong version of that one. Wow. Oh, by the way, True Strike gonna ignore this defense boost from Boulder.
True. They're banking on the same double up, but Hopper is not trapped in the field.
A very terrifying time. I mean,
this
it's
could be
still
a good opportunity.
Early, so much momentum already.
Very good value out of Spike. Ooh, Dreadful Mist could come out here, or they could go for the thump.
There's directions for this game to go.
lots and lots of directions. I'm noticing Arcwell's moth is much smaller than the other one. I don't think that will have any mechanical difference, but it's funny.
It is. It's sizably funny. This is true. No Dreadful Mist coming out at the moment. A Provoke comes out, it's dead. No Cyclone.
Loud.
You know Moby Bitch is gonna be able to Hyper Spike here soon.
That's true. That's true.
What is the confident pass?
Hyper Spike is activated, and it won't. And it will. And a block should protect them even if Confident Pass comes into play. Lunaptra has really been doing great work on Arctech side of the field.
Boy, sure, yeah. There's an argument to be made for Hyper Spike. There's an argument to be made for True Strike. Sorry, woke up an hour ago. I would not be able to tell you. Oh, never mind. Lunaptra going up.
Lunapra's considering it, taking the position. It's pretty tanky to anything that isn't mined.
Yeah.
Although considering we're already looking at the pump up boost, that could be dangerous.
Yeah.
Instead, going for the confident pass, Hyper Spike. That block will not save them now.
Oh!
You don't see Boldler wipe to a body attack every day now.
No, you do not, and it was Moby Richard. You saw it here first.
And Lunaptra once again pulls off their muscle memory. Nobody wants to take this right now. They can't really afford to sacrifice anyone. They're going to have to make some risky plays. We are in the danger zone.
It's officially the danger zone, yeah. Very scary position to be in if you are, say, down a Boldler for at least 3 turns. Your main body.
Make no mistake, the game is not over. There's also Torch Pass still in play. Vimo takes the field.
Yes. Vimo. It's money. For free. Shizu is going to be able to let off a really big attack here. I'm very concerned about this castle lead in the back for Arctech not getting any value, though. Very concerned.
I'm expecting that will be the Torch Pass recipient should it come up. Dreadful Mist surprises me.
Dreadful Mist is a little bit out there, isn't it?
I was not expecting it.
I mean, it's still scary, right?
Oh, certainly.
You could go for this reach shot here. Make someone's life hard. And there's Lunaptra.
Arcwell has to make a call here. Are they going to again bank on a double up, or are they going to go for the back? In which case they have to switch out Bandicraft or block. Zigzag could do some sizable damage, but again, this is a perfect time for Torch Pass to come into play. On their own Dread!
Ooh,
I think Dread was a mistake here. That is tragic.
Absolutely tragic. A great spot by Arcwell. This is a very... I love this. A little bit. Oh, Torch
You love this
Pass,
because Gasoline is tagging back in.
Yes, of course I do. It's me. I'm Gasoline. Guess what happens now?
The double cheer into a launch. Even Lunaptra is not taking that.
He's gonna kill Lunaptra. Even if Boldler comes in, tries to save Beastieball. All of Ball Australia will fall to Shonen. GG's.
Too much, too fast, too little, too late. Very, very well played. We're going to game 2 here.
Very solid.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
I don't know why I did that. No, it's a very... It's a little more cerebral than I thought it would be, just like the focus of this cast elite. When you come in, when you come out, how you get rid of it. And of course the serve coming out again, muscle memory into Hopper without any hesitation.
Yeah, it seems like a very simple answer. I think we're gonna see the exact same turn 1 we did again, unless Arcwell is expecting them to predict the provoke and make a move.
It does,
I noticed Conjar hasn't taken the field. Neither Conjar nor Platypulse have taken the field in this matchup.
Yeah, this is true, by the way. There are 2, we didn't talk about it, but the focus on Mind Attackers doesn't mean Conjar's not exactly going to have a place in here. If Bandicraft ever hits the field with full focus, or if Stinger ever comes out, I think
slightly
they should
different from last round, but we're seeing the same comeback from Castle Elite.
This is true. Yeah, actually, this is the exact same lead. which is bad for Arcwell because we just saw how last game went.
I think they'll really. I think the key to victory will be leveraging their best body tanks before it gets out of hand. You can see that they were worn down just enough and lost too many points to really make a sacrifice play in the late game.
Worth noting here, though, that because of the decision to target a Hopra instead of a Boulder, the provoke is on the way if they want to guarantee.
This could be a double provoke, or they're considering a stack. That's interesting.
A stack attack. This could also be a pass and a cheer. Hitting into the volley. They definitely want to take out Castelline. Will not manage it this turn.
No.
And because shield exists.
Super commit would once again put them into range. That is a scary place for Arcwell to be in with power up and no real shields. Free ball. That is a unusual application of free ball serve, but it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, if Castelline gets down in a power up, we just saw what happened last game with it. The Castelline becomes a monster. Very scary. The threat of even a single free point in this game is something you cannot afford at this level.
Ooh,
Bandicraft comes in.
Bandicraft taking the hit. Scary stuff.
When the set is demanding.
When the set is in fact demanding.
Yeah, you got a provoke on the way. You can do it into either Hammer Time or to Castelline. The block won't be able to come out. Shield is on the bench, but will not be required.
That's the key to the mind game here. There's no safe answer, but if they make the right calls, they'll have to be careful. Zigzag.
Oh, zigzag into Lunaptra.
Very well played.
Huge damage in the back row from Vimo.
Lunaptra is particularly mind weak, so I think they perfectly predicted they were going to expect. I think they perfectly predicted the expected mind attack.
This is
two moths on the field. What will they do?
I feel like
Torch Pass at this stage would be interesting. I honestly don't know if it's
Torch Pass
time
at
yet.
this stage is I don't know about it. I mean, the provoke is shut down. They kind of have to go for it, otherwise they're going to deny it next turn.
Certainly, there's no.
Certainly, die anyway on this field. Dreadful Mist seems to be something resembling an answer to this conundrum. We'll see what Arcwell's decision ends up being.
I think Arcwell might be intimidated out of using Dread Mist. It really screwed them over last game.
This is true.
Let's see who's got the nerves of steel.
Oh, it's up into a Castelline. Is that power up? Not quite.
Not quite.
5 points. No, 7 points away. Almost did the bad one there. 7 points away just because if it's 34, power up does not apply. Boldler.
It's like they're looking to break that super armor.
Yeah, Boldler does have the ability to stand at the front. Even being able to stand at the front of Castelline for just one turn is huge. We can also
that's what Boulder's here for.
Yeah. The D-set. Not the D-set. The Dreadful Mist can stop the shield.
Dreadful Mist could stop the shield. It's all matter. Ooh, yeah. This is looking scary for Castelline. This might be a time to.
Yeah.
Ooh, there.
Might have been a mistake.
Yeah, lots of options. They can move back. They could switch out. It looks like they're not considering a block though.
No, probably not.
They do have a full set, so they can't. So Arctech can't afford to make some sacrifices at this stage.
Yeah,
Dreadful Mist out on the field. Let's see how it goes this time. Muscle memory into the back lane, just enough. And now Lunaptra gets another muscle memory. Muscle memory is getting a lot of time on this day.
Oh, it's terrifying looking for Arctech all of a sudden. Your Torch Pass is down for 6 turns. Your Castelline is down for 4.
Moby Richard is having a wonderful time, paying no attention to this.
Moby Richard is absolutely in his lane and moisturized.
Yep, it's another case where if they don't switch out Boldler's Dread Mist will screw them over once again.
This is true.
This is a very scary place to be in. Let's see what they do with it.
I wouldn't be surprised by several things. I like the abundance of Tree Strike on here.
Platypus takes the field first time this matchup.
Oh, and right when
once again, times like these, I remember when it used to have demanding set.
You still have demanding set.
Late trap would not actually be a bad idea here. Everyone, especially since Moby Richard is already on the field, trap could be of great value. But they might just want to do damage with. They might just want to hit Stinger.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. Late Trap comes out. There's a Lunoptra up at the front trying to make attacks instead.
Trying to hit a good old honest muscle memory.
They have honest move with no gimmicks whatsoever. Lock the Lunoptra, correct decision making from here. A double provoke is going to come out.
Double provoke. Great time for double provoke. And the hyper spike, very scary.
The True Strike still has potential.
Oh, that back lane is not looking good. This could, if they don't manage who's coming in next, this could be it.
Yeah, honestly, I would focus on keeping Lunoptra alive. Just because in a turn here, you're about to not have a Lunoptra.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not they don't have to. Ooh.
Oh, 75. Your options are
Oh,
very
they're
quick.
gonna look
Castle's
terrible in a turn, but what will they do in the meantime? Castlete is free to come back on the field. And Neubug hasn't taken the field yet.
You don't really have a way to. You don't have. Let's see what the double provoke did. You don't have twitch
double-
pass. You don't have forward pass. You can't lay traps.
Once again, Dreadmiss is going to get them a double wipe, and this might be at a very bad time. I love Dreadful Miss, but this might not be the matchup for it.
28 damage, not quite in power.
Into Castlete was a smart play. Oh, the vampire! They're still technically alive.
This is almost worse because now you have to make a decision here. And Castlete has to chip itself out a little bit, I think. I forget exactly how Dread works because I don't play against it. You have 2 BCs. No, only 1 BC that can survive in the back. You need to time this Bandcraft carefully.
Yeah, they have to plan this out very carefully. The only good news is that it's not Muscle Memory Lunaptra, but that's cold comfort when you're talking about a Castlete.
Yeah, it's worth. Oh,
I think
no.
I might have done it.
Oh, and it's power up now. Oh no. This is.
Lunaptra
How
is
did
also.
we get here?
Oof.
Oh, what a scary spot to be in. You can't even switch in your.
No, I don't think they don't.
Yeah.
They're out of space and out of time, backed into the darkest of corners.
Oh, there's
I think,
no.
as much as I desperately hate to say it, I think Dreadful Mist was a mistake. They did their best.
Yeah, they did their best. The team wasn't built quite to handle it. Lunoptra goes down. Maybe a last-ditch attempt to torch past something. But no, even
I
with
think
it, the launch comes out. Nothing
Good old
works.
three,
Each
the good old
PC
3-tap Castlete.
Each BC systematically going down.
They put up a fight and they're
bench
taking a
of
bow.
GG's.
GG's all around, my goodness.
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying what a Castlete can do. When you set it up properly, when you put it on the bench at the right time.
Arctech proving they have earned their stripes.
Yeah. Scary, absolutely. Oh my god!
Oh.
I just took a look at the bracket just now. King beat Dino.
Oh my!
Huh. Well
That
then.
is not what anyone expected, and it looks like our next match will be Arctech against KingOfCharge. Dino is out of commission. That is an upset if ever I've seen one.
Dino out before top 4 is scary. Man, we have some hitters in this scene. What the hell?
This is very exciting. It is exciting to see the mix-up.
Very, very exciting to see new faces, new places. New faces and new places.
Arctech will be streaming for us again very shortly. Please, stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Is it too early to call this Beastieball's Great Emu War era? I don't know if we're quite there yet. Yeah, let's talk. Yeah, let me pull up this next team. I don't think I have personally seen KingOfCharge before. I have not. Oh my goodness. We're seeing mono body on mono body. That is this is a very silly looking matchup. KingOfCharge is running with a Mimic Squimmage. We're seeing a mostly no real support beasties unless you count Confident Paths, Provoke, Conjar with True Strike. Trait Dance could be very interesting, probably an anti-mystic measure.
Yeah, wow.
I have great news for you. Are you ready for this, Nero?
What's up?
Castellite versus Castellite.
No matter what happens for the rest of this tournament, Castellite will win. This, I am content with. For now,
Castellite
my-
and Conjar of all things. That is not the
For-
power couple I was expecting.
I mean, I personally expected to see Bealb up here, but Conjar is absolutely a really good partner for Castellite. It's Bealb and Conjar who are the best. Castellite supports. As you can see, by them both being here, let's give a round of applause for Conjar. I didn't think they could do it. Did you
For
think
real,
they
for
could do
real.
it? I didn't. Shout out to Cryptic being useful more than
Yeah,
once
Cryptic is having,
I said.
especially with Stinger
Okay.
now getting more prevalence after its. Let me look again at this team. It doesn't. I don't. Reach shot versus Conjar. There's a chance it might come up, but it'll be the strangest of strange circumstances. Schloom, God will be taking the field today.
Jeez.
Yeah, we also have Bursida and Muscle Memory, Confident Pass, and again, Trait Dance. I'm very curious if Trait Dance will come into play. I said Anti-Mystic Measure, but that could also be a great support for Ancient. Like, a fully attack-invested Schloom, Trait Dancing Miracle Play, and then giving Ancient to the opponent, that could be a very slippery trick. They're gonna Arctech is gonna have to watch out.
Yeah. There's some gimmicks left in this squad, in this finals. It's not quite losers finals. You have to fight score
Mm-hmm.
before you can. Well, I forgot about this. Hold on. Does score have Castellite? I might.
They do not.
Don't believe so, but I'll double
Okay.
check.
So I'm gonna get on my hands and knees. Everyone, give Castellite. Hey.
Welcome to
Spirit
Schlurge. We're praying for Castellite today.
Welcome to Switch. We're playing for Castellite. When I drive, oh, this is so close. That lobby code is so close to being capo. We have. I haven't seen Arctech play in such a long time. It's a treat to watch them play. I have fought King once. I am utterly ecstatic that they're up here. The Crimson Kings versus the Arcane Machines. I'm not even sure how this match is going to play out. We have Cyclone on both sides, Shield on both sides. We have a Bro
interesting.
Slide-In with Confident Pass Trait Dance. Go ahead.
It looks like these sides have been swapped somehow. Can our stream tech okay, there we go. We got it. Pardon me.
We rock!
I was looking at the wrong page. Everything's good. Don't worry about it.
Happens to the best of us.
We have so many tabs open. Once again, shoutouts to Hallow. Wonderful stream tech. Could not be doing
Hallow,
this without them.
My absolute goat. Hallow. What a person. Now, do you want to know a cool person? Hallow's a cool person. Beastieball.
Yeah. Ket, what are your thoughts on this body only matchup today?
Yes.
I'm just shocked to see a Squid Mage here in top cut. It's really interesting, to see, especially after what, me and Nero were discussing off stream about Squid Mage not being the best of beasties here.
I am shocked that
They
Diablo
might just prove us wrong.
Yeah, no Diablo Ceres, we have Squid Mage of all things.
Who made beasties in their scrimmage?
Squimicry. We're seeing a
Squimicry.
vampire
Oh,
squid. That is a real animal.
That's an animal. What? A vampire squid? That's not fucking true. Sorry, language.
You swore.
Someone
10
cut
million
that
years
out in
dungeon.
post. Someone cut that out in post. Please. I don't want to die or go into the dungeon. True strike.
Please DM my co-host with images of the real vampire squid.
That's
Soon
scary,
takes the
isn't
field.
it? My Discord is Ultra Nero mode, no capitalists. No spaces.
Okay.
Alright,
Interesting
in the
interesting start.
front. Yeah, this is a very interesting start. Wow.
In
It
the
looks like
slide,
it might have been
Merlin.
exactly as I predicted. Trait Dance has a lot of opportunities to get extremely silly. Alternatively, Demolish is also, I didn't call this out, but Demolish is handy for basically any situation that isn't this one.
Yeah, by the way, Trait Dance switching out. The free ball on Schloom.
Yeah, the
for
miracle play free ball.
145 power. Cyclone makes it do one. Yes!
Poor
Beastie
thing,
Ball.
poor thing.
10 billion years Cyclone War. It's back. You love it. I love it. Confident pass onto Moby Richard.
Confident pass,
Hyperspike
Hyperspike is up, but I don't know if it's time quite yet. Moby Richard has other things to do, but they might be tagging out shortly to get rid of the Ancient.
They might. I mean, it is a important thing to think about, the Ancient.
Heading to the back row, taking a defensive stance. I mean, honestly, yeah, now that I think of it, no reason not to use Hyperspike as opposed. Ooh.
It's true, it will be leaving the bench anyway. The one reason
Yeah, the power scale does look like it's on Arcwell on Arctech's side, but it could swing the other way very quickly if Charge leverages their power. Speaking of which, Castle Elite on the field. Ooh, very close to power up range. Not quite there yet, but a shield could easily change that. They have to make a move and fast. Confident pass in the front lane.
Prosviden has in the clouds. So what they've done here is they've made a setup to put Ancient onto someone else. This is incredible. This is scary. Castle Elite's in the front, and that's possibly more terrifying. We're gonna see who gets confident pass to who. Confident pass going out to Lunoptra. This is scary. This is not good.
And Provoke is on the field. They can prevent the shield. Someone is
immediately and without
bomb.
hesitation.
Arc knows exactly what they're doing. Castle Elite is going. Either Castle Elite's going to take a big hit, or they're going to have to bug out. What will it be?
Yeah, no, if I'm King, I'm terrified right now. Castle Elite will not be able to hit the bench if it doesn't leave right now. Yeah, shield comes out. Provoke stops it. First point goes to Arctech with that muscle memory.
Muscle memory. The Lunaptra eating well today, feasting.
Yes, we are going beast mode on these feasties. No.
Mimicry returns. They might be able to heal up a decent amount.
Which, by the way, I have been sent 2 vampire squids. Those are not real animals. What? Those look scary.
Anyone who has actually sent them to vampire squids, please, thank you very much. You've made this tournament something special. Muscle memory into Cheryl, heal up that squid.
What's going to make this tournament special is a Noibug boosting the absolute hell out of Majora right now. I think it threatens everything that isn't named Conjar. What?
Ooh, reach shot in the front lane. Front lane, the cheeky read. But they did make the time to get. They did take the top. Use Cyclone. I forgot Squimage has that to get them off the dang field.
Yeah, I was gonna say Arctech's been really good about making sure Lunoptra's in the serving slot. That extra point is a lot of momentum that I don't think King is gonna be able to make up easily without putting their own.
That being said, they're playing very smart. It is possible they can leverage this, especially with a vampire squid on the field.
This is true. Another Cyclone. 10 billion year Cyclone War. Castle Elite is a person put on this field though. That's a very scary.
Cyclone. Vampire also prevent vampire from popping off.
Yeah, Screamage could also like heal itself just from being able to use that move. By the way, Slide has been stuck on this field the entire day, hasn't it?
Well, I don't think it has moved. Yeah, they have not tried to cyclone it out.
It's a very scary.
It tagged in at the start in order to support Shloom, but nothing has changed.
Yeah. Also, there.
Castle Elite number 2 is back up, but Castle Elite number Shonen is looking to make some names for itself.
It's here. Can't say that one. Never mind.
Hyperspike is also on the field. There's no real penalty for using it this late in the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely not.
Although I will say the Arc's backline is looking a little rough if they can survive long enough. Ooh.
Problem is King's backline also looks pretty worse for wear. Castle Elite coming up to the board. If
Cyclone again.
Cyclone. No, Castle Elite not being on this board is terrifying. If the Cyclone comes out onto Castle Elite like looks like it's going to, then suddenly King is without his Castle Elite.
It makes sense actually. Okay, I see the vision.
Yeah, Conjar has to serve with True Strike. A non-invested Conjar has to serve.
No, not invested at all.
And then Lunatra gets to hit the board again. Confident Pass gets to come out. Shonen gets to make moves towards sweeping up this game because...
Like, honestly, they could tag in anyone. I don't think anyone dies to this True Strike. And if they do, they have a point of breathing room.
Oh my gosh, you're right. 14 damage on the Castle Elite. I forget how weak True Strike is.
Oh, the cheeky reach shot could do it here.
Should've. It would have been better to...
Cat, the greed analyzer, what are your thoughts?
We have to get it.
I think it's the plan here.
Reading the shot. What did I say? I don't know if they want to actually. I don't know if they want to use True Strike over Brosleiden, but it is not over.
It is a mix-up here, but depending on who gets Confident Pass, the safest play is to switch out into Lunaptra. I think Arctech also sees this, which is why they're considering it.
Confident Pass.
Confident Pass plus
all
memory
around.
Into the Lunaptra slot.
Into the body.
Yeah, King is gonna have to take these two beasties and beat an entire finalist team with it, because again, nothing else is healthy enough to switch in even remotely.
This is a great time for a double block.
Yeah, it is. Mind you though, Arch Pass is still on the field here with the Lunaptra.
Double block.
It isn't as bad as you'd think it is.
Yeah, this certainly could be worse. Delusia back online.
Castellane still lives to the front, but
Could see double provoke, could see some confident passes.
Yeah, the double provoke. Oh no, Moby Rich is back online.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Schloom does either in this last chunk of the match, or in the next one. Running to the back row, fascinating.
Yeah, block over here.
Certainly
not
not
being
the
able to engage
certainly
with it at
not
all.
play, but they're running out of room.
Yeah, running out of room incredibly quickly. This thump is gonna come out into the either slot, do incredible damage. It's a mind game here of whether or not you want to walk down Conjar.
Chat is speculating.
Block.
Ooh.
That's the game for Arctech. First
Chat is speculating on what can be done in the scrimmage here. Let's see if that plays out.
Let's see. Swapping the power-up slot and bro with Screamage. Oh, this is true. You could technically set up the Miracle Play combination with any beastie. I haven't even thought about that. Shoot, this changes everything.
The reach shot getting a cheeky point here is already exactly what I wanted to see.
Oh, me too. Reach shot. Let's all use reach shot against Ket specifically. Make a Ket.
We had this conversation yesterday. We shouldn't use.
We're gonna have it every day until it comes to free.
Okay.
Memory. Oh, just immediately starting with Shloom.
It makes sense. I think they wanted to make much more use of Schloom than they really got last turn. It took too much damage to start with. They could do the same. They could do the same shenanigan, but now that they know Cyclone is a problem to be concerned about, they might change it. They changed Lunaptra. Okay.
Lunaptra. Actually, this is a good idea. Yeah, 38 damage.
This is not a bad start.
Sealing in the clouds didn't really do anything. There's no field effects.
Yeah, there's no field effects in this matchup.
Do note that Hyper Spike is almost online.
Ooh.
Schloom is in grave danger at the moment.
Yeah, Schloom might have to tag it. Schloom has to tag out here. I don't think there's anything else they can do, but that they have no slouch on the back line.
Also worth noting that. Oh no!
Thing.
Just giving Schloom up, hoping that it can come in later. One of the mistakes King made last set.
Honestly, you know what? That makes sense. That tracks.
Yeah. So Brosleiden is also stuck on this board. Lunaptra is going to be losing HP. Loses 10. Has to switch out at some point. Cyclone! 10,000 years Cyclone War. Screamage is going to hit the field. No provoke.
Just going for a nice big pump. Ooh, Squimmage might not have want. I mean, Squimmage is not a good time because it's taking Ancient, which is not what the Squid wants.
Oh yeah, you have to get the Squid out of here right now. But who to swap it in
They
for?
might have to sacrifice Castlate.
They might. I mean, Conjar here.
Conjar's not bad here, especially since it can prevent another Cyclone, but you're still dealing with a very strong bunny.
Yeah, this is true.
Oof.
Conjar doesn't even die to that. Screamage walking back, taking the hit? No Excited Pass is going to be able to come out since Screamage...
That's true, and it will not be prevented by Cyclone. Cyclone will not reset feelings.
Yeah, I forgot Excited Pass was changed to always just give it something. So Excited Pass, Confident Pass, Mimic, which is the muscle memory serve, it becomes slightly more powerful as well on Screamage. We'll see what kind of damage this does. Fully invested into power. If this can take out Majora, it's huge.
Woohoo!
By 3 points.
Very good play.
Shout out to the muscle memory serve, made even more strong.
Looking back online. Better watch out.
I don't think there's a couple options you could take this. I do not know if you want to hit into the Castle Elite slot because it's. Never mind, it's only 44. It's still a scream match. This is correct.
Now they're in a very scary position. Are we going to go see reach shot come out, or are we going to? Woo!
Oh,
Are they going to take the gamble and go into the front lane, or are they going to switch out?
it's an interesting question either way. I think
I would put Pro Sliding in the front lane here.
Yeah, I can see the idea of cycloning out Castle just to get a better serve. Keep Shonen from coming in as easily once again. Shloom is also back on the bench, so
Oh, you were right.
quite
Yeah, Shot gets a point, but this might be the momentum that Momentum Charge needs.
Yep. Do note, however,
Ooh.
this is slightly better than it was for King because
Oh, yes.
Vortex Conjar is actually body invested.
Their backline is actually healthy. This is huge.
We could see the Castle coming back in here.
I
Especially
see.
if that
Yep, I
puts
see.
into
Do you see
power up.
power up?
There it is.
Oh my god. Power up is online. Thump coming out.
Power
That's a
up, net rush, shield.
That's a confident pass, yeah. You'd have to.
Yeah, Bersliden has been the MVP of Charge's team.
Yeah. Oh, it's a scary position to be in. Note that now it's a sort of similar
Ooh.
position that.
Possibly preparing for a
You've tried to
sacrifice
shift
if they go for
into
Charlie.
contact?
No. Oh,
79
do we
damage.
still we have Hyperspike online? I forget. I think we do.
Yes, because it's already been charged.
Ooh.
Forcing that Castle to swap
Nice.
out with the boat online too.
Well, not
It
everything.
could
guys,
shield. It
but-
could shield on. Okay, no.
Oh,
I thought they didn't have enough. I thought they did not have enough for some reason.
Yeah, Conjar can come in.
Conjar
save
will
Castle
take
lead. There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, these
What's
are
the
the
response?
mind
Hey.
games you get when Provoke is on the field. Conjar is no slouch.
The moment you let
Conjar
up,
versus
moment you
Conjar violence.
Conjar violence. Pass coming out. Provoke can also come out.
Now we have a little bit of a 50-50.
This didn't.
Delusia
This
is
a
switching out.
shockingly scary position to be in. As well, by the way, note that Cheverly can come in at any time, force that point, even if Shloom could come in.
True. They
right
have to
now.
keep watching their front lane.
Yeah. I would have liked to see. I mean, Shloom could still come in, and steal a cheeky point with bounce, like Cheverly's been doing. It's just
Like
very
with the right
scary.
position, with the right position, they can most certainly make a difference. It's a question of getting there.
This is true. Movesets are very scary to play against. Provoke coming out onto the Conjar sets
This
the other
game
guy
is
who's
far
never
from
is already
over.
haunted. Ooh,
It could
Very
end at any
damage.
moment, but I think it's far from over.
yeah, this is true. By the way, worth noting, Lunopter's not going to be able to kill Shloom. This is a safe place to bring in Shloom. Might be a safe place to bring in Castle eventually. Muscle Memory coming out. Checking the damage numbers just to make sure. Toggling out of detailed sports view. I forgot you can do that. Shloom comes in. The dig can come out
Yeah.
again. There's an opportunity here to steal a free
Okay,
point.
now Arc has to make the call. Are they going to go for the demolish KO, or are they going to go for the bounce free point?
There's lines either way here. Tagging out into Cheverly is certainly one of those lines you could take.
Wizard fist fight.
Wizards. Confident pass, hit him with the bounce, taking that free point. That's gonna be 2-2.
That does put them in a scary. That does put them in a scary position with Lunaptra.
Yeah, this is true.
Lunaptra is not the scariest fighter of all time, but in this situation, Shloom is low enough and still has Ancient online, which is bad for Charge's side.
Yeah, terrifying for sure. Bounce coming out onto the Cheverly. Absolutely horrible.
Oh,
It
bad.
It bounces. There's nothing.
Double
to do.
cheer. I don't know what can be done. I don't think anything can be done.
Yeah, I think the game's over.
There was nothing they could do about it, to be fair. They had to demolish into something. Trying to get that cheeky point.
I think demolish would have been the right call, if only to deny them just a boost. But I don't know if that would have saved them.
Yeah,
Oh, the
demolish
poor
had to do it, it
thing.
would have saved
God
it.
goes
One
down.
minute.
GG's.
Oh, GG's.
I cast Fireball. I mean, True Strike.
Yes! Eldritch Blast! Oh, no laughter. Come on. That was a scary game.
Very
Oh,
frightening
fuck.
matchup. Body on body. Either way, Castle came out on top. Lunaptra was a pivotal player on Art's side, wasn't? Very exciting to see. I love to see it. I love seeing it.
absolutely terrifying. It's a close game.
Arctech gets to move up into the I believe we will be seeing them against Score next.
Yeah. Top 3 for everybody.
I did take a cursory peek at Score's team, which we will take a closer look at when the time comes.
Sorry, I gotta go get some water. I forgot how excited I get.
No, definitely,
definitely have water on hand.
These are really exciting matches.
Yeah, Kat, what's your take on the... I wouldn't say greed, but greed was the definer of that match, but it was trying so hard to be tricksy and trapping.
I think those reshots were like really good timed as well, you know, preventing sacks, preventing switches there.
Yeah,
especially
Reach did a
that
lot of
last
work.
one there. Love to see the bro sliding getting locked on the field as well. You know, it was a great play on Arc's side.
Yeah. Yeah, we love to see some funny bunnies.
Happy to see a lot of Lunas this tournament as well. I think I'd have to double check, but I think it's the second most used after like Castle Elite. Maybe Conjure, maybe that was used.
Octeos yesterday, I believe, posted some of the statistics of the tournament so far. Remember, you can join the Wishes Unlimited Discord for more information and discussion about Beasties and Ball.
Yeah, be sure to join the Wishes Unlimited Discord server. We do a lot of fun things like talking about statistics and talking about how much we love Lunatra. Because everyone should.
Thank you, Greg, for buffing Vampire. I agree.
I think we should unbuff Vampire.
I mean, I don't think Vampire's been clutch in some cases, but it hasn't been the defining aspect of what makes Lunatra scary. This is just a full invested Lunatra with confident pass and cheer all around. I think there's just a very... KingOfCharge simply asked, was my T-Dance Bro with Shloom funny? Yes, it was. Its only flaw was that it didn't get sillier. That's my sincere advice. I believe I mentioned this yesterday, but in discussion recently, we brought it up. Greg and Damien simply made it more fun to play actual silly things and real serious teams than trying to just troll the players. Don't get me wrong, people are absolutely pushing the envelope and still finding things that warrant, a second examination, but it's overall the community at large. Let me double check. I want to find the message from yesterday.
Right.
If you do share your thoughts while I'm doing that.
I guess to get what you're getting on here, I will say I don't think we could have seen a lot of these teams like back when Beastieball released. So it's really fun to see more like goofy, silly, like trait dance shenanigans going on at top level. Because I don't remember any of that being at the last Bring the Heat. But I could definitely be wrong. It's been like a year now, pushing a year now.
Hi, it's me again.
Hello.
Hello, Nero.
What did I miss?
Nero, I was just saying I'm really happy to see how the balancing of this game has gone so far, because I don't think I've seen like trait dance silliness at the last Bring the Heat.
No, I haven't seen half of the shenanigans I saw at the last Bring the Heat. I haven't. I think it's very telling that we've seen a lot of BCs, a lot of different archetypes rise to the top in this tournament. 1 second. And that I think is somewhat fitting that standing above all of them in Winners Finals is the 3 starters. And also Preshow, who is the 4th starter. So, sorry for excluding you initially, Alugus. Didn't mean to do that. But
I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game.
I'm sorry, I stopped being familiar with your game because I've been PvP brain for the past 17 years. Anyways, no, it's been an absolute joy to watch the teams being played, to watch how the matches are played, to see all the new faces. Dino's out, which is terrifying. We've got the last 3 people in this bracket are Architect, Score, and Bolimar. It's a scary scary game to be up with. It's absolutely shocking. What I am happy for is I haven't seen an Orgella personally. And I'm not saying that you should only play BCs that I personally like, but I don't like Orgella.
I think we should put just Orgella in the box of let's not play Orgella ever again. I think that'd be great for me personally.
Just because Ket said that, I feel like we should all play Orgella against Ket.
Do not play Orgella into me. I will run Trait Dance. I will run Echo Strike. I will make the game.
Let's run Lay Trap. Let's run.
I won't do this.
Bloom.
Okay.
And then
You're not gonna do any of this.
Okay, looks like we have our next match set up.
Next match.
Losers Comeback Finals. Arctech for the third time in a row versus Score, aka Boanerges. Albrax's number one gamer.
Yep, absolutely.
We are seeing the same mono body set as before, but this time it's up against the mono mindset that Score has been running. We have Mystic. We have, of course, their famed Albrax. We also have Plateon, which is we have a vicious Plateon, which means they're always going to be doing something unless I don't think any trait really gets to change here. No, there's no trait dance shenanigans this time around.
Yeah, worth noting, by the way, more body outs than the last team or any team we've seen so far has, purely because of a Mystic. We've seen Score's team play, and it is absolutely terrifying in the right hands, and Score is the right hands for this job.
I'll note that both of these players were some of our invitees to the original Beastieball tournament during play testing. So they've been here for quite some time, and they have been dedicated to their particular archetype. Score is a known mind enjoyer, known Albrax manipulator. Absolutely frightening things can happen. I think there's going to be mind games upon mind games. Running adaptation Grembler plus Orgella just for Ket. How does that make you feel?
I mean, am I looking at the right team, actually? Let me make sure. But no, I definitely like what I'm seeing. I'm liking the Tractor Hex here. I'm envisioning a world where the Tractor Hex completely shuts down what Arc is trying to set up, at least with the Casterly particularly. That's who I would try to trap anyway. Besides that, I'm also liking the Varkabon. The twist here, we're not seeing a lot of chance on Arccherily, which is kind of niche, I would say. So hopefully Twist is going to put a lot of use in this
Annoying
game.
Stinger is also, I think that'll make a huge difference. Noizard is notorious for its clamor shenanigans, but Annoying was really slept on until that had gotten beaten down a little. But but with both Annoying and Stinger, I mean, even a free ball spitball is going to cause some chaos with the kind of setup Arc has.
Yeah, to add on to that, it's an offensive Stinger at that as well. Like, I haven't really
this is an offensive lizard.
Annoying Noizard. That's really cool to see. That's definitely going to be very powerful into the supports.
Annoying Noizard. I was talking about this a while ago. Annoying Noizard is it's better than people think it is.
A Noizard versus Annoybug. It's matchup of the century.
Matchup of the century. Who's more annoying? Actually, that Stinger Annoying lead might actually be like, if we see it come out, I mean, Stinger Spitball sounds like absolute running the game.
No, instead we're going to see either Twist or Slice. I'm gonna guess Twist. This is okay. Is anyone getting story mode Callisto flashbacks?
Oh no, not at all. Why? Why do you ask? I didn't play against Callisto. I cried really hard.
I'm just saying, there's a not zero chance we will experience Grandma's trick today.
Yeah.
In which we have a beastie that can stick you in place and attack you on the side. Majora cannot attack. We have the Confident Pass True Strike, and Noizard might have been better there, but we are, even with True Strike against Mystic is still a tank. And Noizard hits the field. I think they're going to be targeting Lunaptra as soon as possible. The boosts are way too dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if a Charlie comes in, what are you left with? Hammer time. There's Shonen is a perfect time for Shona to hit the field if they want to. Otherwise,
The Yeller.
Big Yeller. Old Yeller. No, angry, weepy. So much progress.
Angry
in
and
this
weepy. I
single
think
move.
this is gonna be key. I think they will have to really maneuver to protect Noiser. Overall, Drum is very valuable. Mystic
scary
takes
for
the
sure.
hit once again.
Oh, this is true. True Strike actually hits a lot of Mystic.
And that makes
Worth
Drum
noting,
even more
though.
valuable since True Strike is going to be causing so many problems.
Yeah,
They also
and
don't
what
have
about
Chant
here?
on this Charlie, so they're not going to be able to get rid of it.
This is a scary switch to be making. If they twist, you just lose progress immediately. Telekinesis coming out. Hex coming out. It's even worse. Twist into the Charlie. So really, no moves can come out right now. No cheeky point. Free progress for me. Nothing for thee.
This is what I'm saying. Score is a
scary.
master manipulator in this game.
No, you can't confident pass again. It doesn't do anything. Oh, you can free ball.
You can cheerleader free ball.
Oh, they walked up forgetting about the. Yeah, I would too. Actually, don't even worry about it. Don't worry about it, fam. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
I mean,
stuck in this field in a very scary way right now. Oh, Slice can choose a point right now. Oh my God. Walks the front,
telekinesis
slice into the
just
front.
for the style points.
And now look at the position again. Twist gets to come out no matter who comes out.
And Shield
Someone's not going to be able to.
Shield will
Oh,
give you some time, but you're still dealing with a very healthy field. Look at that.
Yeah,
Drum
Shield
has
comes
put them
out,
back up at full health.
denies the effect. But it's not as scary as it looks, just because Mystic can still walk up. That is a lot to boost someone. Oh, never mind. Mystic can't walk up.
Mystic-
It's
no.
Hex. It's haunted.
For those who don't remember, Hex was recently changed to convert them to a unique trait rather than immune to all attacks rather than wiping, because you can do some very real shenanigans. Oh, Boinerge's the #1 Boinerge's hits the field. This Albrecht has done crimes. This Albrecht is wanted in 40 countries. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof.
I mean, it's still Castelli's stuck in the front here, so rock and roll telekinesis
Cassidy
twist.
is stuck and cannot prevent this twist from coming in.
Yeah. Twist comes out.
The good news is that Reach Shot is off the field, and Muscle Memory can come out. But this looks like a good time for either Plateon or Noiser to come in.
There's an argument for Mystic as well. If Noizard comes in, it's a guaranteed provoke into Shonen. We'll see what happens. Noizard comes
Mystic
in.
can't
perhaps
do much right now, but
Mystic-
we'll still have a fun time taking the hit.
Yeah.
And Noizard does
Absolutely
not
fine.
have provoke, which makes a lot of sense. It could be a bit.
No, it does have provoke.
It's bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let me double check that. No,
It's
you're
provoke,
correct.
bro.
I don't know what I thought it had.
Yeah, Stinger comes out. No provoke.
Stinger comes out,
34.
weepy and angry, and just barely out of power
Oh,
up
yep.
range.
Here comes the timer. Even if you did have it, it's a very scary moment right now. Thump can
No more
kill
more
things, but
boosts
Mystic
allowed.
come in. Yeah, Mystic will come in if it happens at all.
Yeah, Mystic is almost back online. And even with this not inconsiderable hit. Yeah, no, this is still a very scary situation. This bird is trapped. Well, Noiser can either provoke or drum here. I'm not sure what they're going to do. Ooh! Stimble going for the kill! And once again, like you said, the Stinger serve is brutal. Whoever
Yeah. Again.
Noizard has more than done its job.
Oh, it's more than done its job several times over at this point. Yeah, Hyper Spike can come out. If
No,
Mystic,
they went for True Strike instead. Remarkable.
yeah, just because it's a little less punishable, I think they're waiting for the Mystic to come out before anything else.
That's true. That's always been the strength of Mystic, both before and after True Strike. Intangible is just such a game changer. You have to account for it. An appreciation post for the soundtrack. Ready, set, ball. We are ready. We are set. We are ball.
Hit the ball, Beastieball. Hit them with the freeze ray. Stuck in position one more time, 43 damage.
Yeah,
Hyper
like
Spike can still come out. It can threaten things on Albrax.
now we gotta stop. Hammer time is a problem. Hammer time could make a big difference here.
Stop, Hammer. Okay, I see you. I see you, Robin.
Come
I
on.
see you.
You know damn well that's why they named it that.
That cheeky son of a gun you are. Okay, so Hyper
Shield
Spike.
could come out, here,
No,
could come out here, but they
Tractor Beam
also
doesn't
remember that Tractor Beam does not trap Albrax in, so they could absolutely do a cheeky Mystic switch right here.
No, the only thing that traps Albrax in is your greed and cynicism. Vicious can still
Speaking
do a lot
of
of
which-
things. Mystic trying to predict the wrong slot.
Struck down for its greed.
This is actually still a good position, I think. Just
Yeah,
because
this is not.
if they hit down and Varkabon comes in, that's no, because it's True Strike Varkabon. That's fine. This is fine. Okay, Noizard comes in predicting this.
Yeah, Noizard has so many opportunities. Like that's the thing. Score knows how to leverage these beasties. They are well practiced in all this disruption.
Yeah, you
And
can
even
do
though
it
the
spell hex.
one back lane looks much better than the other, it all depends on what they do on the field now.
Oh, this is scary. A slice would
Yeah.
make this decision so much harder. What? We have a volley. We have a drum. Freeze ray. Into position. Cast Elite.
Mm-hmm.
Cannot launch up to the net. And it looks like there's going to be a difficult spot for Varkapon to try and find a way into.
Ooh.
I would personally
Gladion
sack
is in the
Varkapon
perfect position to
right.
tank this, but they could also sacrifice the point if they're feeling confident.
Yeah, if you're feeling confident, if you're ready for it.
Yeah, do you take the greed? Do you follow the Tower of Babel?
And I think
I
you
would-
should. I think stalking is definitely the play here.
I think everyone should be greedy all the time is the problem.
And it's always correct.
I need to come up with like a
Yep, they
nickname for you. Just
sacrifice the
Vanguard.
point. Give themselves
That
more
would
time.
be
This is a good
Vanguard.
serve. This is a good serve for Score to deal with. Even Varkabon could come in and get real cheeky.
This is true, yeah.
No, Gladion
Gladion
instead.
comes out
That makes sense.
instead. Albrax is in. Worth noting that
We could
unless a very
absolutely
specific
see-
series of circumstances happen, Varkabon's not going to hit this field again.
We could absolutely see. Oh, I forgot they had Dispel, but that is a great combination to have with Hex. But it also occurred to me remember, Vicious also applies to Free Ball. They could have had a 30 damage Free Ball if they so desired.
Yeah. Worth noting that Reach Shot will be blocked. I suppose this is important for someone somewhere. True Strike can come out. There's no real
so that they
effort
are
in-
free to tired Free Ball.
Provoke might have been a better play here. Instead, we get a passable attempt into Palladion here. Uh-oh! That's not the BC they expected to hit.
Uh-oh, ballers.
Uh-oh, ballers. It would have been an absolute wonderful call-out. Unfortunately.
Albrax
only
is
one way out
back
of this.
online. Watch out.
Tactical pass, volley,
Tactical
hit
pass
into
just for
timer
fun.
time. If you track... Oh, there's no stinger on the field. If you track her into hammer time, you still have to get hit with +2 at the least because of confident pass and cheer.
Yeah, weird dealing.
Oh no, because you want to get hit with a +1. No, it's effects ignored. Oh my god! Does not
True
kill
Strike does
Mystic.
not take out Mystic here, which is quite funny, I think.
This is noteworthy. Albrax, no, not Albrax. Noizard can come in.
Noizard could take
Do
this
some
in the
damage,
back.
swap
Take this
out.
in the back lane. I could also see. I don't know. It's all down to the 50-50. Are they expecting Mystic to take the hit?
Yeah, I would just swap in Noizard on the bottom just because there's like a somewhat viable line
Woo.
here to end
And
with.
remember we're at match point. No sacrifices left.
No sacrifices. I can see where they're coming from. I think this is the wrong order. Well, okay. Let's see. Conjar can't switch out right now. Your only chance to switch out would be Charily.
Yeah, I think Noizard. I think you were
correct.
correct that Noizard would have been the right call because while it's still risky, that Stinger is really the only way you're gonna stop this.
Yeah, Stinger, and then you can bring Albrax in, trap whatever's in the front, and then absolutely nail them for the rest of the game. Mystic's
We're
been stuck
so
on this
Brax.
field. Mystic's been stuck on this field, unable to get off of the field. Very scary place. Terrifying place to be. 2-2 game. This is just game one, by the way. Too angry to block. Frozen in place. Once again. The volley's gonna have to come out. into the confident pass. I think that
Yeah,
just kills
no.
everybody. Noizard
I don't
can't
think-
come into the front and
I
take
don't
this
think
at the same
that'll-
time, can it? No! The wrong order.
Score
Order of operations.
took the green and fell at their hubris. Let's see if they can turn it back around.
Game 1 goes to Arctech in an incredible turn of events. Absolute insanity.
That is something I just have to love about Beastieball, is just how wild and volatile it can be. You know, even when you know even if you can predict all the numbers in advance, it's all down to what they choose. It's all down to what the opponent does, and you can't control that. You can try to condition that, but the other guy could just not be paying attention.
Yeah, the proper play changes depending on what you decide to do. Also worth noting, counter serve for this game is Mystic. Albrax, absolute terrifying combination, especially since you didn't leave the
Dispel
castle
Hex.
yourself. Spell Hex can absolutely shut something down.
Noizard
Noizard coming in
in.
red.
Noizard.
Again, I think Scores identified that Stinger is a huge game changer. They have to make use of it as soon as they can. Again, I'm curious why. I would be curious to ask Arctech why Moby Dick is fleeing at this combination. They seem to be they're not the best fighter, true, but they could be charging up their hyper spike and getting into position. Very curious, but Conjar takes the field, boosting that bunny. No hex allowed.
Yeah, no Hex allowed. Muscle memory. It's almost strange how visible Mystic has been in this match. Arctech's managing it very confidently, very well.
I think you can
matchup.
you can confirm anyone who's running monobody is deeply aware of how to deal with Mystic. You have to,
Yes,
or
I
you won't,
can, by the
you
way.
won't live.
No, I very much can, by the way. Mystic is all any monobody player has in their mind. Source monobody player for 6 months, almost 7.
The twist and slicer. That's what they call him at the deli aisle.
They call him the Twister, the Slicer. Cast Telekinesis comes out in some fashion. Just denying this slice heads up and twisting into Majora. Just to make sure they can predict who to block, where to go, what to do. Rocket
You put that
roll,
mask away or so
alive,
help me.
Once more.
True Strike
Rough one.
is looking scary.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think Barkabon wants to swap out to another disruptor.
Beasties and Ballers, Conjar, the beastie who literally does not care.
Conjar simply closes his eyes and says, "I do not see it." Ooh, Mystic instead. That's actually a very smart play. Gives them a lot more room to come back. Lets them get some drum healing off. And now we have lots of room for either a twist, a slice, or a stinger.
Yeah, actually, Score's bench looks way healthier than I was expecting it. Both.
Oh yes,
It almost looks like they're not doing as much damage, but they're just trying to get this incremental progress as time goes on. Walking
if they can
up
set
is a
the way if they
decision
can
here.
set this up, it turns out so much better. Ooh, that's right.
Oh my
Stingers. We're going
God!
to ignore that.
That's ballsy.
Renaptor is still gonna hit pretty dang hard.
I mean, absolutely dangerous. Yeah, you don't get stingered. You stop the aggression from coming out. Hammer type.
I wonder if it's time to hex that Conjar.
I would assume so. There's a good timed Mystic switching could negate all progress this turn would have made otherwise. No.
Ooh.
No,
I
Noizard
think
gets hit
see,
down.
that's a time when they would have wanted the greed.
Yeah. Switching. There's still paths where this converges. Like for example, with Shonen right now, I would still almost rather hit the Lunaptra, even though.
And
It's probably
although
going
don't forget,
down.
if they did try to gamble on sacrificing there. Ooh.
Ooh.
Walk up freeze ray into the castle. 51. Mystic is invincible right now. Mystic in the front
Mystic is
against the
invincible.
monobody
They have
team.
to bank on either the tag out or the double up.
Yeah, this is a really bad place for a monobody team to be with Mystic in the front. Here, slowly boosting up. I mean, I would always try to do the move that forces the most interaction. If
Yeah, what are you
hit
thinking?
Down, I would think that you need to hit up into the Noizard, guarantee that Mystic needs to walk up to deny the action economy.
But when the thing is, Score knows this very well. I'm sure Score is very aware of their position here.
Yeah.
Woo!
I was very aware.
That's not what I was expecting, but wow.
Oh my God!
NHG.
Yeah, I think the
pondering their
decision here is just
orb.
let the Castle Elite go down. Let the Castle Elite go down, pass provoke into whatever you want. Try to hit Castle Elite. Charity coming out just in case they get a bit too big for their britches.
Yeah, and I think Freeze Ray will get the KO here if they're not careful.
It is worth noting that Mystic is not attack invested. This is all natural damage.
Let me double check that. I believe you're correct. Yes, they have full Spirit and Mind defense invest, which is not doing them any favors in this particular matchup. But as Mystic, my goat, they don't need it.
Yeah.
Once again, eating the effects of that turn. True Strike will knock it out, but then are they going? But then scores the question: are they going to go for the cheeky little confident pass reach shot?
Always, every single time. I would not be walking up here. I am not brave enough. We'll see what scores doing.
You don't see the greed.
I never see the greed. I've tried to play consistently. I'm not brave enough. I'm trying to switch out Albrax or maybe trying to sacrifice it. I can't.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Shield
Shield is not a bad idea, but Cherylee doesn't really have much else to do. This is a bad place for Cherylee to be.
True. I mean, it's still
They
some
can switch in
momentum.
anyone they wanted here. Hang on. This would be a great time for Noiser to switch in and set up a drum again.
Yeah, this is true. Playdion could come in, Noiser could come in, Varkabon could come in, force a really difficult point right now. Varkabon comes in, forcing that difficult point right now.
Trap that pug. Ooh.
Yeah. Slice is just gonna kill past telekinesis.
Slice is just able to KO. This is a great spot.
I would almost want to force some pressure here, but given how close these games have been, I don't think I would be able to afford to walk up with the Conjure. Goes down.
It makes sense because Conjar would not be in any position for anything other than sacrifice. So it's not the worst idea. Or taking a torch pass, but I don't think that'd be a great use of torch pass.
This is very bad. You can serve it to twist to the bottom slot permanently now. No chance. The only thing you need to do is walk up, be ready for this hit, and suddenly Varkabon gets to play the game ad nauseum.
This Cherylee really wants Chant right now.
It's an unfortunate decision you have to make. Either take reach shot, take confident pass, take Chant.
And because Cherylee is in the serve slot, they could have even afforded to lose the point and switch in someone else.
I don't know why you
Lots
don't
of
walk
options.
up with Mystic there.
Ooh, and Lunaptra is in a really bad place. They either have to eat a twist or eat a very strong. Oof.
Oh no, you can't
eat a twist anymore.
You're sure.
No, you're right. Oh, interesting.
I think Score might have forgotten too.
Ooh, this might have been a bad.
This was a very bad idea, very poor idea.
Very bad call.
Double cheer into this slot. You hex the Beastie coming out. This is terrifying. This is horrible.
This is Castle Elite's big day.
Castle Elite's big adventure.
The only good news is that Cherylee is in the serving slot, so they won't be able to do a double knockout.
This is true, and this is also why Castle Elite's going to try and get some value first. Oh my god!
Albrax coming in.
Agreed.
Absolute insanity.
This is what we love to see in Beastieball.
There's no hex coming out again. It's just going to be a provoke
debating
and a
putting in
pass.
one of their true strikers.
Provoke, pass, a freeze ray into Castle Elite. Stuck on this field. It will be
Power
wiped by the next defense turn.
Oh, this is a rough one, gamers.
You have to play very carefully. I would have almost liked
I think their only chance is to switch Mystic into Gladion and then switch Symbol into Mystic.
This is only if Playdion doesn't get hit.
No, when True Strike is the serve, this could be a problem. Oh, shield!
Shield!
The call!
You absolute menace!
Oh my god.
Something else has to come in here. This is a lot safer with Castle Elite off of the field.
Yeah, no, if they were stuck and not wiped, that would have been perfect. I think some of the math was off.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Deluja being
Score
in the
still has a chance,
but
only a chance.
Yeah, it's also going to be that a True Strike does come out into
and I believe Hyperspike will be on as well.
Yeah. Absolutely
Oh my
terrifying.
goodness,
You have to bring out
things.
this Playdion soon. Depending on who gets KO'd here, it's a very rough time. I might even...
Yeah, no, I don't
Gary.
see many ways for Score to get out of this.
Yeah, your True Strike's gonna have to come out. Cheer. True Strike
I think
can
True
get the
Strike
hoop.
won't knock
Strike
out
into Albrecht.
Varkabond if they have to do that on... I think
And now-
Varkabond will survive this.
It's a mix-up,
right?
I think.
No! Oh no!
Oh,
the
this
game's
is game.
over.
That's just game. Arctic wins. Arctic wins. Never
Arctec
mind.
wins. Score showing what they're made of, but Arctec showing they have what it takes.
Such a close game from Score. Shoutouts all around. To all the
Very
people-
well played, both. I think I mentioned I talked at the end of yesterday's stream to remember that losing is part of the game, and and it shouldn't define how you feel about it and or not how you feel. That's that's out of your control, but it shouldn't define how you approach the game and how you consider yourself. And it's also I think this match shows very well. Someone is going to lose, and it's not going to be because they were worse. It's because someone made all the right choices.
Yeah.
Because someone was ready for what you had.
It's one of those games where you can never be ready for everything, and something will get you one day. I mean, even Dino got, right?
Even Dino got. That's true. And on that note, I believe up next we will be seeing the final of the finals, Bolimar versus Arctech.
That being said, it has been an absolute event. What an incredible time for Beastie kind. Bring the Heat 2 has been absolutely marvelous so far. Has been absolutely great. If you haven't already and you want to catch more of this tournament awesomeness, this competition vibes, go on to the Wishes Unlimited Discord. Join in. Beastieball is like, what, $25 at its most? Absolutely incredible moment.
Okay.
I would like to thank, once again, Hallow for hosting the stream, for being the stream technician, the magic
Big shout outs to
behind.
Hallow. Big shout outs to all our TOs making things
Absolutely.
run smoothly, organize the organization.
Sorry, Scarm too. God, what a blessing,
Oh,
Scarm.
absolutely.
I know Scarm. I just imagine a little humflet whenever I think about Scarm. So it's as far as I know, a tiny little bug has been going around fixing everything and making sure everything is prepared for us, going through stats, giving us, contexts, setting up our matches, everything. Shout out to Scarm.
They're
Shout
on the
out-
inside of they're inside your computer, and it's like a giant mech to them.
You know what the giant hamster in your brain is? It's kind of like that. One more shout out to you, the viewer, sticking around, to you, the competitors, for playing in the game, for my co-commentators, Ket and Robin Nightmares, for making this such a fun time and a joy.
Thanks
Joyous
for
event
having me.
to go over.
Thanks for having.
I believe that we're going to be taking a pause shortly. So, thank you all for having us.
I believe Hallow has something in store for us. I'll let them introduce that.
Hello, chat. It's been a long weekend. I'm Hallow. I've been running the stream from the back end, and I'm finally taking up the commentary stand here for the upcoming grand finals between Bolimar and Arctech. Two long-standing titans of the PvP scene who have well proven their ability time and time again in numerous tournaments over the time this game has been out in early access. And are here once again in possibly the biggest tournament in quite a while, to now duke it out to see who takes home that title, who takes home the bragging rights. But before we get to that, I have a very special guest here. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Greg, and I made Beastieball with my friends.
So many friends.
A bunch of them, yep. And I'm here to help commentate the finals with Hallow. Very excited to see this game.
So, you've been watching on and off all weekend. What have been your thoughts so far on like what you've been seeing in terms of like beasties that have showed up, team archetypes?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see that there's like lots of different beasties being used, and not every single team has exactly the same sets. I mean, obviously some use more than others. I was surprised because Daredillo was used so much in the previous bash, and Fetch'em as well. And then I think neither showed up on stream at any point. So
yeah, we actually noted that there were 6 Daredillos in the tournament and 5 Fetch'ems, and actually none of them made it to top 16.
Wow. Yep. Okay. That checks out. Well, the stuff that people use the most isn't always a thing that wins the most or in every matchup. And yeah, there hasn't been a lot of spirit, like offense-focused teams or rally on stream either. So just interesting to see.
There was, I believe, 1 rally team in the tournament, is what I've heard.
Whoa.
Which is incredible considering how just prevalent it was in the metagame for so long.
And beforehand. I don't think it's really I don't think it's gone down in power very much either. So
it's just interesting to see people, now that it isn't such an oppressive force, trying some other strategies.
Totally.
And there's been no lack of spirit offense. We didn't see very much of it today, but on stream yesterday there were at least a couple matches where someone brought basically a full spirit team, and those were still very threatening, as we saw.
Yeah. But yeah, always exciting to see how everyone's team, even the ones like, for example, there was Boolerex and Bolimar with almost exactly the same team and just a couple things different. But even those two teams, as similar as they are, you can really feel the individual personality of the player behind it, with just the smallest choices and differences they made with the team building, and then especially in the way that they pilot it. And I think that's what makes it exciting to me. Is it really feels like everyone's kind of getting to play their game. And that just, I don't know, it makes it fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Getting to see those two play each other, I believe it was yesterday, was like super fun because it was basically a mirror match. Very, like, obviously Bolimar has been basically running the Crimson Angels for a very long time, and Boolerex took the success of that team and just shaped it to his own preferences.
Yep. Really, really cool to see. Honestly, it's just really cool to see that type of like people taking a popular team that someone else is using and kind of building their own iteration of it. That's something that I was, I feel like it shows that the meta is kind of developing a bit more now, because that's something that I kind of expected up until now. Everyone kind of wants to build their own teams and explore their own space, but I don't know. Yeah, it's also kind of fun to see like certain staples start to get established and see players start to like adapt other people's ideas.
Yeah, but on the topic of the Crimson Angels, that's something I want to bring up, because they're famously a team consisting of all 3 of the starter beasties, Opera, Castlete, and Bandicraft. And in top 16, the 4 most used beasties were Castlete at 5. I may note, there were 6 Castelletes in the tournament total, and 5 of them made it to top 16. Bandicraft used 4 times in top 16. Hopra also used 4 times, and then Lunoptera, which has been a big staple of the PvP metagame. And I believe all 4 of those Hopras at least made it to top 8. 3 of the Bandicrafts are up there, and several of the Casselites as well. I think 3 or 4. So just a very strong showing from the starter beasties overall, which have perennially been quite good in PvP, I think, but it's just interesting to see them really come out in full force here in this 2-day 3-point tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we always want them to be good, right? Like, if the starters weren't very strong, then I think it would be really disappointing, because every player uses them.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're always very careful with those. I mean, I think Bolimar's team is really, really funny. Like, if, you know, before the game came out, if you had asked me to sort of imagine like a canonical, like, what's the team that I think the best player would use? Like, Bolimar is just using the canonical, like, it's all the starters and then like the one like best support beastie, basically, right? Like,
yep.
It's so, yeah, they're playing it so straight. You know, almost to a fault. Like, it's such a fun and straightforward game plan. But I don't think it's just relying on the strength of those beasties. I think Bolimar is an amazing player who is able to leverage like quite a lot of interesting tactics from a team that's like very well structured and has a very clear game plan.
Yeah, Bolimar is an absolutely fantastic player. I believe the first match we watched on stream today was, I believe it was them. It may have been last night. There have been a lot of matches and I'm a little confused, but they just put on an absolute show and made, I just noted after the match, they played the entire match perfectly, winning 2-0. And it was incredible. And I mean, Arctech, of course, no slouch either. We've seen him go on an absolute tear, only losing, I think,
it was to score.
Yeah, only losing to score, and other than that, only dropping 1 game to Arcwell back in like the first round of Top Cut last night.
Wow, that's incredible.
But and then immediately running it back in the underdog finals, and winning 2-0 in pretty commanding fashion. So again, I mean, 2 players who have very much proven themselves in Beastieball PvP, and we see them both here in the grand finals with a lead from both of them of basically the same Casselite set next to a Charily. It was noted that I think of the Casselites that made it into Top Cut, all of but one were running Launch, and all of them were running Thump and Shield. So what are your thoughts on like a beastie being sort of having like that really super optimized play style as a game designer?
It's yeah, I mean, Casselite is sort of like their whole game plan, like their whole design is, I mean, they are like the big kicker, you know? So like that's, I think players have locked in correctly on what their, you know, how to use them best. Like it's sort of like a defining trait of Casselite, where other beasties often have a lot more range and like diversity in how you can play them. Casselite is a lot more linear, and like I don't know, yeah, that's what their whole thing is. I think it's yeah.
I mean, I know I do speedruns.
Yeah. I guess as a designer in an ideal world, like, you know, what we would want is that you want Casselite, you want a beast like that to be very linear, but then also to be very readable, right? Where you always know they want the Casselite to hit, and you always know like what they're hitting with, and so that should be an opportunity to read into them and play against them. But I mean, both these players, I think, like the fact they've gotten this far in the tournament, it's not just about using the beast that's really strong. It's that they're able to find like ways to get a, you know, just to subvert expectations, to tag out the Casselite, to zig when people expect them to zag, you know, to hit with the other thing, like, and then shielding when they finally do target at the Casselite, like just finding all the ways to sort of like thread the needle and then create value for that Casselite when they finally get their chance to swing.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see how a beastie that, you know, is so optimized in terms of what moves it can run can still be played in so many different interesting ways depending on what you support it with. depending on how you play as a player. Like my main PvP team for a couple patches now, at least, has been like a very different Castle Elite team focused on like setting up some traps and a whole bunch of other stuff. But I haven't been I've unfortunately been a bit busy and not able to PvP myself. And I mean, now I'm running a stream, but there are like, it's very interesting to see, like, despite the fact that the set is optimized, we still have, you know, people running it in different ways simply by pairing it with different things. On the other hand, we see Bandicraft and Hopra with a fair variety, I think, of sets, especially on Hopra, although we did see, I think, a lot of super commit. Hopra, of course, well known as one of the most versatile beasties in the PvP metagame. And, you know, able to run so many different sets. We see some people running Tornado Ball, some people running Drum, some people running Shield. I think some people even running Chant on it. It's like such a versatile support. And then with Bandicraft, the other starter, of course, we have some people running Demanding Set and other people running much more offense-focused sets.
Yeah, Hopper's a real Swiss Army knife of a beastie, and then Bandicraft is, I guess kind of similar, but even more on the support side, and not always able to threaten damage as much as Hopper can.
Yeah. So I guess a quick question to maybe put you on the spot a little bit is what are you thinking as you see these three once again like rise to the top of the metagame? Are you thinking that maybe the power level of other things needs to come up, or is it just that these ones are versatile and easy to use and thus they're going to show up more?
Yeah, I think that this tournament is it's a small sample size to say like I can make a statistical like, oh, these are definitely too good or not good enough type situation. I think the main takeaways that I see, like if I'm thinking about like takeaways balance wise that I see from looking at this, I definitely have some like things I'd want to explore more, like some of the beasties that are being used less right now, whether there's ways to make them more exciting or give them more ways to fit onto some of these teams better, because there's some beasties that nobody's really using, and I can kind of see why. But I mean, when I watch these games, I mean, part of this is just, you know, the benefit of being a spectator. I think for people who are playing the games, often you're getting to situations that are really stressful, difficult to navigate, and frustrating because you're playing against a matchup that's so difficult. But spectating the games, it's all really fun. I'm not always seeing like what makes it hard for a player because like it doesn't really feel like any of these beasties are like making the win for the player, you know, like nothing feels so far past the line that it's winning every matchup or it's just automatically winning the game for them when it gets deployed. It always feels like the player's choices and piloting decisions are like what is actually making the outcomes happen. So it can be really hard to get it to try to isolate, like, you know, like you're talking about like, oh, like, is this thing a little bit too strong, or is this play, should they be there or not? Like that kind of stuff is really hard to see without a lot more close analysis basically. But I'm watching for all of that, of course. Like I'm interested to see like overall, I mean, to me, the games look really fun to play and they're definitely really fun to watch. So I'm not really like unhappy with where things are at.
I mean, I've had the pleasure of being behind the scenes, getting to watch all of these, and there are at least a few times where I've just like stood up because I've been so impressed with a play that a player has made that I just have to take a moment.
Totally.
It's been such a blast to watch all of this high-level Beastieball over the past couple days. And I mean, now we're here. We're nearly at the end. We have one more match to go. Are you ready to get into it?
Yeah, I'm excited to.
All right. We have Arctech versus Bolimar lined up right now. Players are still going to get ready. But I am so excited to watch this happen. I did have the wrong team on the layout a moment ago, so sorry about that. We do actually have Bolimar's iteration of the Crimson Angels, which is, of course, Illigus serving. Right. But what do you think about this matchup? We see a mono body team into a 3 types offense.
Yeah, I would say, so when I was looking at the bracket beginning of the day today or end of day yesterday, Architect. Okay, Architect's a name that's really familiar to me because I have to collate all the stats for the Big Moon Bashes, and their name always shows up really high in the rankings consistently. And so, in my mind, they were maybe the more likely one to win. And then I was really surprised, actually, like getting up to here, the matchup they had against Score was more difficult for them than I anticipated, actually. Where Bolimar seemed to do pretty well into Score. But now we're in a situation where, we have two teams that both play a lot of offense. And I think Arctech's team, at least on paper, it looks like something that should have a slight advantage because it has a game plan that is a little bit more linear. Like they've got one type of attack. They're all body, and everything supports body, and so it feels like they have a much more like potential for ramp. Where Bolimar feels like they're covering a lot more different options and defenses and offensive potentials.
Yeah.
And so you would think that like Arctech's team is like a drill that'll pierce the heavens and could even like get through Bolimar's team. But yeah, I mean, Bolimar surprised me so many times, so I really can't say for sure. Like I think, that's something about Bolimar that I just find so impressive. Because like I've said before, on paper their team, it looks really well-rounded, and it looks really like canonical. Like it's so well-rounded, it's almost like silly, you know? And so you never expect it to have those kind of like exciting splash moments where, but the Bolimar always has them, right? Bolimar always finds these crazy opportunities to like create an opening, like throw out an offense when you least expect it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm expecting a very exciting matchup. A lot of offense for sure.
Yeah,
definitely not a lot of slow play.
I think an interesting difference to highlight here is the difference between the Charlie sets, and I think that is actually the key behind why Arctech had a significantly more trouble with Score's very controlling team. And that is that Arctech, since he is running a mono body offense team, has slotted Confident Pass onto the Charlie along with two other beasties on the team, and is running Reach Shot for the sideways mix-up, whereas Bolimar has a sideways move on the Illigus. And since they aren't running a monotype team, they've actually slotted Chant onto the Charlie, which was super helpful, we saw in Winners Finals against Score, because the twist off of Varkabond, which was so threatening to so many people, wasn't really effective much because the Charlie could just click Dispel and Chant, and the Shook wouldn't matter anymore.
Totally. Yeah. So I mean, Chant is such a clutch play, and it covers so many of the scariest things that can happen to your team. But in this matchup, that Chant is not going to apply very much. Maybe to help cure like a demanding set. No, there's no way. Yeah, I don't see Chant contributing much in this matchup. So that's going to be harder for Bolimar for sure because they've chosen to kind of cover that possibility against other teams.
Something that was very helpful against a lot of matchups that we've seen them play in so far, but probably won't be coming into play here. Aside from maybe the occasional ability to do some shenanigans with a wiped beastie on the field and just tagging in the Charlie instead, being able to click Chant and Dispel to revive it and potentially get off a big hit.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, every game has Sweaty, whether or not someone's
every game has Sweaty, and I mean every game there will be at least 2 points scored before it ends. The third, of course, being the one that ends it. And that means that some beasties are probably going to get wiped. I think a sneaky key player in this matchup that I want to highlight is actually going to be Arctech's Conjar. Bolimar's team relies quite heavily on shield. You see it on 3 of the 4 attackers. Bandicraft being kind of a hybrid attacker support in its own right. So all three of the main attackers on Bolimar's team rely on shield. So Arctech's Conjar won't be able to be on the field all of the time because of just how much damage Bolimar is going to be outputting with the help from that cheerleader, with the help from demanding set off of Bandicraft, and just the general power level of Hopra and Castly, 2 of the well-noted strongest beasties in the game. But if that Conjar can come in at the right time, get a confident pass and a provoke off, then Arctech is going to be in a very good position with help from that little bird.
Totally. Yeah, I think it's really funny to note how Bolimar has almost no disruption on their team, and not like a lot of like sustain or recovery either, right? Like where Boolerex modified the Ilugus to use Torch Pass to restore, Bolimar's just going all in on shield, which I just think is it's such a fantastic like expression of their personality. But Arctech has access to Torch Pass, has access to Cyclone, has access to Provoke, so they have a lot more interactions, let's say, and ways to mess with Bolimar and to push their progress down or to bring Arctech's team back to health.
And I think a big part of Bolimar's team building philosophy for this team has been just the fact that if they deal enough damage, then the opponent's game plan doesn't matter. And a big part of what Arctech needs to do in order to overcome that, and what other people haven't been able to do thus far in the tournament, as Bolimar is, of course, on the winner's side here. So Arctech will have to win 2 successive sets against Bolimar to take the tournament. Just no one's been able to overcome just that absolute onslaught with the help of the Charily and the 3 starters that if you knock them down too low, suddenly now they're stronger and they can click shield at you.
They turn red.
But with that said, I mean, Arctech also has that Castle Elite with basically exactly the same set, besides a little bit of difference in the defense investment. And again, Shield able to keep that PC up very well and let it activate power up more easily. And we also, again, see that Torch Pass on Lunaptra, which has been quite key in a couple matches we've seen Arctech play today, with the ability to often bring that Castle Elite back up to full to be able to come in after it's shielded, after taking like a whole lot of hits. And then once the Castle Elite's at full, it's on the field again, receiving confident passes from the 3 other partners on its team who can help it boost up. And that's been a lot for other players to overcome. And I mean, even the lesser attackers on this team, the Delusia, which has, until the introduction of True Strike in this most recent patch, not really been seen as an offensive beastie, but True Strike, with its ability to ignore traits, has created somewhat of a like mono body team renaissance, as those teams are finally able to break through Mystic, notoriously intangible, and we saw it in Losers Finals. But those True Strikes on both Delusia and Conjar were instrumental in just dismantling Score's team in the run back for Arctech. But anything else jumping out to you about this matchup?
I think we've covered a lot of the big things. I think it's really, it's going to come down to how the players play it. And I'm excited to see how they do it.
Again, 2 very seasoned players, 2 players who are absolutely surgical with their ability to just recognize what their win condition is and play for it. We've let them know that we're ready. I expect that soon we'll be getting started.
Cool.
I think the leads are going to be pretty obvious. I think we're going to see, no matter who's serving, probably Castle Elite and Charily on Arctech's side, and Ilugus and Charily on Bolimar's side. So the cheerleader bugs are facing off.
Yeah, cheerleaders right at the start. I was so surprised because I had seen Bolimar serving so many times, so I know that Ilugus is their favorite server. I didn't expect that they would also be their favorite counter server, just because Ilugus isn't the most, they're a bit more fragile than a lot of other things on Bolimar's team. So I sort of thought they would want to take the first hit with something else, but they've been amazingly consistent with putting Ilugus out right at the start, and then finding ways to turn that into something scary with like the first turn dump.
I think it's been somewhat matchup dependent for them, as we have sometimes, I think, seen them go with something more like Castle Elite and Bandicraft. But I mean, Ilugus's ability to just sort of walk forward on the serve, especially with that bit of body defense investment it has, could mean that, a Dispel into a dump is very strong. But with that said, Arctech, of course, if serving, will probably be serving with launch, and so the dump 50-50 won't really matter quite as much.
True. Yeah, so it's gonna come down more to how much like mind power Ilugus has and how much they can punch through defenses. I'm looking at just defensive spreads in general here, and I feel like Yeah, I mean, both teams are really, really well balanced. If Arctech's team has a defensive weakness, it seems like Mind Offense is the one that they are overall just a little bit weaker in. They don't have anything that is really good at tanking Mind Offense.
And I think,
as opposed to Spirit or Body, yeah.
I think with the Illigus and the Bandicraft both being fully invested Mind attackers. Actually, I lied. I think the Illigus has 29 points, which 29. Is basically fully invested, if you ask me. With both of those being around, that's going to be, I think, a really key part of Bolimar's game plan, is getting those Mind attackers to just deal as much damage as they can at the times that they need to. I think that Delusia from Arctech's side, especially with Cyclone, is going to be pretty instrumental in getting those two off the field and also taking their hits when it needs to. But I mean, on the other side, we see Bolimar's team doesn't really have the strongest body defense, and when you're going up against a mono body team from Arctech with 3 confident pass users, that could be a little bit scary.
Sure. Well, yeah, I mean, I would say, yeah, I guess of everything they have, Cast Lead is the best at taking body hits, but then like they're not going to be their best option for hitting back either. So yeah, it's going to be tough for Bolimar. I mean, yeah, when someone focuses all in on body offense, that's what you get, right? It's like, it's really hard to cover all the possibilities defensively.
All right, and we're getting into it. We see Arctech on serve here, so it is going to be that Castellite and the Charity. We will see what Bolimar decides to counter that with. I would honestly not be too surprised to see pretty much any counter serve here from Bolimar, besides maybe Charity in the serving slot next to Hopra. And we do see the Hopra and the Castellite.
Okay.
Bolimar potentially either looking to walk forward with one of these, or maybe click shield or reposition. Hard to say. Arctech, of course, probably going to click launch here, especially if that Illigus threatens to come in and click a sideways dump. You want to be in the front row and have that positioning so you can click block, so you can cover the sideways move, and, you know, deal more damage on the offensive turn after you take not very much damage. But Arctech thinking about clicking Thump here, which is interesting.
That is a huge surprise. I mean, both these players, when I try to play from their shoes, they often make choices that I'm so dumbfounded by. This is one of them. I'm like, why Thump instead of launch?
I think the answer to that was keeping the Hopra or Castellite further from that high spirits or power up boost. But with the Hopra walking forward, we actually see High Spirits on the Hopra activated immediately, and this super commit, if it comes out here, no matter where it goes, is going to hurt.
Oh yeah. Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, the type of micro calculations these players are doing, I mean, you can see Arctech is thinking so deeply through every choice here.
And we see the Conjure come in right away. That does mean it's going to be low for the rest of the match, but it has the ability to click Provoke here and potentially prevent that Hopper from shielding.
Yeah, that was a huge commitment from Bolimar, honestly, because yeah, Hopper in the front lane with only 31 stamina. There are a lot of opportunities where Arctech could have turned that into a point.
I mean, super commit gets its name for a reason.
Yeah, totally. But then, yeah, again, surprising my expectations here. Arctech, instead of going for a kill, is actually disrupting the Hopra. And this actually, yeah, this is genius because Charlie has no attacks and Hopra can't. But Charlie has got Chant.
Charlie has Chant, so it's going to be able to click Dispel and Chant here, and that Hopra is going to launch another massive super commit here. And now the Conjure is forced off the field. I think that we're going to see Bolimar probably just ignoring that Charlie for a while. Because if Arctech's since Arctech's Charlie doesn't have Dispel, that means that if he wants to get an attack off, he's gonna have to dedicate 2 of the offensive plays. But no, we see the super commit into Charlie.
This is amazing. I wonder if Bolimar was reading into, maybe Bolimar reading into the Conjure switch out and is just trying to pull down Arctech's Charlie stamina here.
Yeah, I mean, especially if Bolimar was reading specifically the Lunoptra coming in here, because since they don't have Provoke on their team, they have no way of stopping it from clicking Torch Pass, and thus just basically, not immediately, but eventually removing all of that progress that was made by clicking Super Commit.
Totally.
The Hopra not able to shield here. So Arctech is going to score the first point no matter what if he wants to, which he does.
Yeah. Yeah, always so interesting to see those situations where the players have like a point almost guaranteed, but they'll still often consider trying to make progress on the bench rather than taking the score right away. Because yeah, long term, weakening the opponent's bench is actually what is going to create those endgame checkmate scenarios. So both players are trying to balance their on-the-field stamina with their off-the-field stamina to try to make sure that they have something they can tag in at the end of the game.
Bolimar, of course, tagging in the Illigus here next to the Bandicraft and guaranteeing a point with that dump. There was nothing that could take that hit. Arctech using that as an opportunity to let the Charily wipe, so it'll be back in just a few turns.
Yeah, no torch pass required on that one.
With that said, game is evened up at 1-1. Likely to see the sneak attack serve here.
Yeah, that's going to be the sneak attack for sure. Putting Illigus in the front row. I mean, this is one of those things about Bolimar's strategy in general is they've always got that diagonal placement for the beasties, which covers some sideways, but Arctech not really threatening a lot of sideways here. Instead, they're going in for... it looks like it's going to be a true strike from the Delusia.
Yep.
So yeah, now it's a question
notably also charging up that Hyper Spike and getting a boost on it. So if it manages to stay on the field for a while longer, it's going to be able to put a lot of damage out. We see the Castlete come in to take that big body hit. I was also interested in the possibility of Bolimar maybe tagging in Charily in the back row there and clicking Dispel Enchant and thus launching another dump. But I think with the Delusia on the field, who is going to be able to take those mind hits pretty well compared to most things on Arctech's team, this was the correct play.
Right, yeah. I mean, having a full health Illigus on the bench isn't a bad thing either to have for later.
Absolutely. And I mean, especially with now a Castlete in the front row and you're threatening a 50-50 with the Bandicraft able to click dump or demanding set to launch a massive hit with the Castlete. But Arctech getting the read right there. And now this Delusia's in the front row. That's just true strike numbers damage. If it wants to click Hyper Spike here, I don't think
they don't even need to.
Anything can survive that.
I mean, this is definitely shield, right? This is about like whether Bolimar sees this and goes for the shield or goes to the double block.
Yeah, I mean, a double block, I think, will let the Castlete survive, but the Bandicraft will not.
Right.
So an interesting 50-50 here. Double block, of course, a relatively new mechanic, not around the last time we had you on a tournament stream for Bring the Heat over a year ago.
True.
But creates a real interesting 50-50.
Double block on the Lunoptera!
So, that might look like a mistake, but I have a feeling that was incredibly intentional because now,
of course,
this muscle memory is doing half as much damage on serve, and that Delusia is stuck on the field and tired because a point was won.
Totally.
Not able to click Cyclone here. It needs to switch out if Arctech doesn't want to lose a point here to a massive hit from this Castlete.
Yeah, that's such an amazing counter serve opportunity.
And we see the Castlete just 2 points above power up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. So that was so well calculated there too. Don't know if that calculation was intentional, but if it was, I mean, holy. It's interesting. Like sometimes, yeah, you'll see players do something where it looks like they made a mistake because the opponent got a read on them. But often, even if you hit into someone's shield, you still force them to run to use that shield, right, to eat that opportunity up. And so sometimes it's not a question of like knowing whether or not they're going to use shield and trying to get around it. Sometimes it's forcing them to have to use shield because that's still your best line, right?
Speaking of forcing people to have to use shield, Bolimar was forced to use shield there, but they now are in power up. So there's actually a very sneaky 50-50 here, which Arctech is already thinking about as we see Arctech getting it correct again. The two options there were hit the Castlete, which Arctech would need to shield for, or click Dispel Cheer and hit the Lunoptera, which if the Castlete shielded, would lead to a point for Bolimar. But Arctech gets the call right.
Yeah, these players are so well able to read into each other's minds here. Yeah, it gets back to that. Like, when you take the... Oof. That's game one. Oh my god, already!
I clicked the wrong button. My apologies, but we're good. Going right into game two.
Wow, it felt like the on-field presence was so close for both players. I didn't even parse that actually Arctech was at a check there, or that Bolimar was in check, I should say. Wow. Okay, cool. Yeah, going into game 2 now. It's the same leads again. Yeah, Arctech serving again, and the same counter serve from Bolimar. And yeah, and again the choice to go with Thump. I mean, it worked really well for Arctech again last time, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yep. Arctech with the adjustment here, deciding once again to click Thump. I think letting that Castle Elite sit in the back row. So notably, Hopra, if it clicks Super Commit, would put the Castle Elite into power up here, assuming it doesn't shield. And I think maybe that's part of Arctech's strategy here. Keeping that Castle Elite in the back row so it's going to take less damage even though it can't block. And making sure that Bolimar's own Castle Elite is farther away from power up, especially when it has shield to be able to live some of those big hits. We see the Tornado Ball come out.
Okay.
That brings the Lunoptra onto the field. But Lunoptra, of course, very, very much a threat in its own right. Only 10 less body power than Castle Elite, though its moves are slightly less strong. We see Arctech here going for the reach shot, and once again, Bolimar tagging in the Charlie and going to be able to launch another big super commit. But this time, we'll have to click, we'll again have to click Chant, and won't be able to actually cheer to boost up that Hopra, and since it's not below 34 stamina, not going to be able to do all that much damage. With that said, Tornado Ball just able to wreak so much havoc on Arctech's field position.
Yep. Arctech is doing an amazing job at mitigating Bolimar's access to offense and high damage numbers. So Tornado Ball is kind of what Bolimar's forced into. Not a bad option by any means, but definitely not threatening a lot of KOs like they were last time.
We see
a big value.
Fascinating play. Sorry to interrupt. But
no.
Bolimar actually predicting the reach shot, which didn't come out there, and trying to block the Charlie in order to get a chant and a cheer off, which was incredibly sneaky. It didn't pan out, but wow.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're Bolimar, you're probably thinking that you need to take some bigger risks here because first game went to Arctech, and so if Bolimar just plays their game plan straight, right? Like Arctech clearly knows the route and knows how to play around it. So yeah, I think Bolimar are now trying to find all the sneaky ways they can get through it.
We see one more Tornado Ball for the road as the Hopper gets cycloned out. And Arctech now in a position where he can't really deal all that much damage. He could start getting boosts on that Conjar, but with it no body attack investment on it, it's not going to be doing all that much damage. So we see the Provoke into Charlie, which Bolimar reads correctly and switches out. With that said, no chant on the field means that this Bandicraft can't attack, and it'll have to be the Iligus. Jump, no demanding set.
No demanding set. Yeah, I guess Bolimar probably knew that they were going for the free point and not for damage. I'll say I'm very surprised by how passive Arctech's choices are so far in this game.
Yeah,
not turning a lot of damage, just trying to mitigate what Bolimar can do. I guess trying to pressure them until Arctech can create a field position where they can actually throw out some big hits, because we know they can shift gears at the snap of a finger.
Indeed. We see the tool serve from Bandicraft dealing a whole lot of damage to this Castle Elite, but now it's in power up and it's going to be able to receive a confident pass here and do a whole lot of damage. Doesn't quite knock out that Bandicraft. I expect we are likely to see this Iligus shield. Actually, the Bandicraft, I believe, is on 99 right now and would only be taking 96. But the Iligus doesn't shield. We see the Castle Elite switch in, Bolimar maybe trying to take it, let it go down there so it can wipe, but the Iligus takes the hit instead, and now Bolimar's in a really rough position as we see another point scored on serve with that super powered up launch.
That's crazy. It launched to 62.
Power up is an incredibly strong ability, and I mean, we see that Bandicraft now in full focus on its own, but Bolimar, of course, wary of positioning it in the front row because they only have that Charlie to be able to switch in, and I mean, Charlie in the front row is a bit of a bad time, even if it is a good body defender. The Hopper up front is going to be a lot better.
Yeah. So yeah, Cassie going for shield, not totally unpredictable, but looks like Bolimar was okay to force them.
Oh my gosh, and this is, I mean, this is a 50-50 for the game and the set. Bolimar has to get this right. I'm not sure the Hopper can even survive, and yeah, it has to shield. And set 1 goes to Arctech, so we are seeing a Grand Finals reset.
Wow.
Arctech taking the first one 2-0. And looks like the players are gonna probably get right back into it for the reset. One more best of 3. And they're gonna have to reset the room apparently, so it's gonna be a moment. But how do you think Bolimar is going to adapt going into this second best of 3 in the hopes of, you know, maybe not losing quite so quickly, because Arctech did win both of those games 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the big decider there was that Arctech had such a firm control over the pace of the game. They were able to disrupt basically everything Bolimar wanted to do. But it's not like something that Arctech can just simply do. It really relied on them getting reads and really understanding what lines Bolimar wanted to play before they did, and then shutting those down in advance. So, yeah, I mean, it feels so mind gamey. I mean, every play they make on one layer, it can look sort of strange, and then you have to look at it 3 layers deep and realize like, oh, like they're trying to call out like this tag out, or stop this thing from swinging in 2 turns, or whatever it is, right? So yeah, I mean, Bolimar's gonna have to be able to read ahead just a little bit here, getting the serve for the first time in this set.
And yeah, I mean, I think that serve is going to be a very significant difference here, because I mean, with launch serve from a Castle Elite, you're doing like 40 on the opening turn.
Totally.
And now Bolimar being able to click sneak attack here and absolutely smacking that Castle Elite as it walks forward for 54. With that said, Castle Elite, of course, now in the front row, dealing basically twice as much damage with the boost from Confident Pass and the front lane. And Bolimar is going to have to contend with what the plan is to mitigate this thing's damage output before it becomes even more of a problem.
Totally. Yeah, so we know that Castle Elite can shield this turn, and so Bolimar is going to be thinking about whether they hit into the Castle Elite or into the Charlie. Looks like they're going for the Charlie this time.
Yeah.
And that is big, honestly. 64 damage on the Charlie is big because, I mean, that Charlie is sort of an MVP for Arctech.
With that said, though,
yeah,
look at this damage coming off of Castle Elite. Nothing lives this even in the back row. It has 3 body power boosts. And Bolimar is forced there to just go for the shield on Illigus, cut their losses, get those boosts off of the Castle Elite, and reset the position.
Yeah, the other big thing with the shield there is that it gives Illugus a free pass on the following serve as well. So it's a really good option when you're up against a strong server like this. I mean, both teams really showcasing how much value you can get out of having a really strong serve on their teams here.
Yeah, and I mean, sneak attack and launch are, I think, long considered by most of the PvP scene to be probably the strongest 2 serving moves in the game. And these are maybe the 2 strongest users of those moves at the moment in the metagame.
Yep, and you're gonna have to serve half the time, so it's good team planning on both ends here.
Yep, we see the demanding set into the sneak attack there, dealing a whole lot of damage to the Lunoptera as it switched in the back. But the Castle Elite smartly left vulnerable here. And that means, I mean, Arctech is already up 2-0 again. Can I also just note, these players are playing incredibly fast. They have more time than they're using to think about these plays, but they are so seasoned and so experienced with their teams that they don't need the 30, the 45 seconds that they have to make a decision on what they're doing each turn.
Yeah, I think those first 2 turns in the first game, I felt a lot more trepidation with every decision, but now the players have really sized each other up, and they're just brawling. It feels like a boxing match.
And I mean, with the power of the punches coming from each side, I think you probably could call it one.
Yeah, I guess with Castle Elite, it's more of a kickboxing.
That's true. Very good point. With that said, on Arctech's side, we do see the stronger attackers in the Castle Elite and Lunoptera both being down for the count at the moment. Castle Elite will, of course, be back up in just a couple turns. But in the meantime, going to have to make do with this Delusia, which is going to be able to stick on the field for a while and eventually probably launch a Hyperspike.
Totally.
But in the meantime,
not slacking off on offense, but this is an opportunity for Bolimar to try to clutch back some points here. They've got their optimal offensive beasties in the field here, and potentially a big opportunity to get some damage on the board here.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, if you're Arctech, I feel like your Charlie must be feeling pretty scared here.
Yeah, I mean, the Charlie guaranteed to go down if it gets a hit by that Castle Elite, but Arctech going for the Cyclone there. Forcing like a reposition from Bolimar, and I mean, now that Hopper's in the front row, and it's not going to take this Hyper Spike well. Nothing in the back row is either. And
yeah, wait, is that the game?
This could just be game again.
I don't know if I see a way out.
Not even the Castle Elite. The Beastie with the highest body defense on Bolimar's team could take that hit. This is a Delusia. This is not the strongest body attacker by any means. It only has 124, which when compared with the two Castle Elites on these teams at 150 feels quite low.
No. But I mean, when you're next to a Cheerleader, you've got Hyper Spike.
Yeah, that plus 10 boost from Cheerleader did mean that KO was possible.
Yeah.
And Arctech now up 1-0 again. If he wins this, that's 4 games in a row against Bolimar to clinch the tournament in commanding fashion.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, it still feels like anyone's game. I feel like in all of these, Bolimar has been playing so closely to Arctech. So I don't feel like it's going to be easy for Arctech by any means.
Yeah, I mean, we see again Bolimar really successfully messing with Arctech's positioning quite a bit, but I mean, that doesn't matter when you can click block and get it correct, and suddenly you're getting 2 cheers off and a massive attack from a Lunoctra in the front row.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a huge challenge for Bolimar, because Bolimar, at the end of the day, their game plan is all going to be on damage. So whenever they get those extra actions or get those reads, they're not getting like a Sweaty or a Provoke or any sort of disruption on the enemy team, right? Like at the end of the day, their game plan is going to be on damage. So as long as Arctech is staying ahead of them, getting blocks, and getting Charlie boosts on stuff, it's going to be really hard for Bolimar to keep up.
Speaking of damage, that Hopra is in high spirits now. But also speaking of damage, with the Lunoctra blocking correctly, this thing has now received 4 cheers, is in the front row, and has Cheerleader appending some damage. And I mean, that's just anyone's life in the back row. Again, able to knock out the Castle Elite with over 100 damage, so nothing else is going to survive that. Hopra shields to cut some losses. I expect we probably see the Bandicraft switch in here. And that's going to allow for a demanding set. But Bolimar, again, very much on the back foot. 1 Beastie wiped on the bench, another Beastie at 1 stamina on the field. And Arctech's team really not looking much worse for wear at the moment. The Lunoctra's below half, but barely.
Such an interesting choice. I think the Hopper, I think Arctech has correctly identified that the Hopper is locked in because they can attack with super commit here, right? If they do, then they're trapped on the field with 1 stamina. They're doing it!
I think that was a very, very strong read. The reason for that is if they get it correct there, and I think at this point in the match, now's like, depending on who you are, you're either going to say this is the time for playing it really safe or just going absolutely crazy. Getting the point with super commit means that the Hopper won't be nervous after it serves, so it can switch out now.
Yep, that was incredible. Yeah, I mean, talking about plays that seem ludicrous to me and baffling, but yeah, these players are just able to read so far into these situations. So exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, the Tornado Ball on serve means that we have the Delusion and Conjurer on the field, but we saw last game, and we may be about to see again, this Delusia, once that Hyper Spike is charged, will be a massive threat. Arctech, though, tagging it out here, likely potentially like deciding to sacrifice a point here, expecting maybe a demanding set dump to come out, which would be incredibly threatening. If not quite knocking out the Delusia, would certainly deal a whole lot of damage to it, and I think he would rather it be healthy here and in the back to switch into something later on, considering how good its defense is in. We see the walk forward into the sneak attack just to deal a whole bunch of damage here. Fantastic play from Bolimar there, very heads up, wanting to get some damage rather than a free point. Because a free point here would mean after that Castle Elite tags in, it's, you know, it hasn't taken that 45 damage from the front row sneak attack that it just took, and is able to walk up on counter serve, only taking a back row sneak attack and deal a whole lot of damage back. So a very heads up play there.
Right, getting the read again. I think if they had targeted into the Banditcraft, even a block would have been a KO.
Yeah,
there, right?
with the Castle Elite and power up, everything's doing 50% more damage. With that said, though, Arctech able to shield here, and we've seen this story before. The Confident Pass gonna come out here, and this Castle Elite is dealing 150% more damage than the average Castle Elite in the back row right now. And there are things that can survive in the back row here, but it's a matter of which slot Bolimar thinks is going to be taking this absolutely massive thump.
Okay, Bolimar gets the read correct, tags in the thing that's not getting hit. This gives them a really good opportunity to counter, to tag something in on the counter serve.
I'm not sure if the read was correct or not, because now Arctech is 1 point away from taking this entire tournament. It's a matter of whether Bolimar wanted to take 99 damage in the back row from the Charily or let the Iligus go down. The Iligus, of course, will be back up later, but I mean, now this Charily has taken 55 damage. It's not safe anymore. And this Castle Elite can click shield again.
Oh my gosh.
I think this might be the game right here. I think with power up, front row bonus, and another Confident Pass, I'm not sure anything on Bolimar's side can survive this anymore.
Yeah, and there's very few ways to force that Castle Elite out. Their Tornado Ball or Hopper's off the field. Yeah, okay.
If that Castle Elite had taken one more damage, it would not have been able to shield there. But with two stamina left, it's able to survive. And Bolimar has to walk that Castle Elite to the side right now and does not get it correct.
Oh my god, the pressure was incredible.
After a year, repeats as Bring the Heat champion.
Wow. Well done. That's so incredible. Such an amazing place for both players.
The Arcane Machines living up to their name. That team in this matchup felt very much like a well-oiled machine, just cranking out wins.
Totally.
And
so dominant.
Very impressive showing from Bolimar, of course, as well. I don't believe they dropped a single match in pools. And all the way leading up to Grand Finals there, they won a lot of their matches 2-0. But Arctech, with the monobody team with 3 Confident Pass users, an archetype that just one patch ago people would have said was a mistake to run, is on top here and Bring the Heat 2.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I mean, congratulations to Arctech and to Bolimar on an incredible run. And Bolimar's team so consistent, so solid, so balanced. Really hard to find anything that can break through it other than something like Arctech's team that is just such an amazing, well-oiled machine. Like the drill that pierces the heavens. It was able to just exploit that one type of offense again and again, ramping until Bolimar had no defensive options left. Really incredible game to watch. Because even at the tightest moments, it really felt like Bolimar could have navigated around it, but Arctech was really insightful and able to read into Bolimar's options there and create checkmate scenarios.
Yeah, and I mean, it's worth noting that despite how far ahead Arctech was for a lot of that match, against a team like Bolimar's, if you make one mistake, you are taking a whole lot of damage and in for a world of hurt. So just these two players, of course, very familiar with each other. Arctech especially familiar with Bolimar's team, which has not changed all that much. Just so knowledgeable about what the other's game plan is, and Arctech's just a little bit stronger this time around. Fantastic play by the both of them. A fantastic tournament overall. We had so many incredible matches on stream throughout this entire weekend.
Yeah, Yeah, so fun to watch. I had a lot of fun seeing a lot of the different types of teams. Shout out to the Squimmage Shloom team, played by KingOfCharge earlier, and scores like interesting like Tractor Hex, Albrax, and Mystic as well.
Absolutely. Those two players, Charge being knocked out in top 6, or top 4 even, I believe, and Score going down in 3rd place. Obviously, very impressive showings from them too. And I mean, if you look further back into top 16, we see, you know, as mentioned earlier in the interview, we had a lot of Castlade, a lot of Hopra, a lot of Vandercraft, but beyond those few teams, especially considering that 2 of those teams contained all 3 of those beasties I just mentioned, we had quite a good bit of variety. I think we maybe saw, like, not quite that much in the way of controlling teams, but maybe that was partially because way back in top 16, Zonk, a very well-known control player, and Score were playing off against each other, so one of them was knocked out to losers immediately. But overall,
yeah, interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, control in general is it's interesting to see how that one has developed quite a bit. Someone had pointed out to me how when this tournament was run last year, that was when Gremlin was really dominant, and so many people were running Gremlin teams. But of course, Gremlin not really in the same place they used to be, and yeah, 0 Gremlin this time around in the tournament. So a really, really different sort of feeling meta.
For sure. I think we did see some Gremlers. I just don't think any of them showed up on stream. I know for a fact that at least one person, Stardust, was running a Gremler. And I want to say someone else in top 16 also had Gremler next to Mystic. I think it was both of them. Yeah, we did see 2 Gremlers in top 16, but none of them actually made an appearance on stream, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, the offensive teams, beyond Score, who put on a very incredible showing, the offensive teams are certainly reigning supreme today.
Yeah, congratulations to everybody. And thank you, honestly, for like building such creative teams and putting so much effort into your team building and to your play. Because it's just so exciting to see the ways that every different player expresses themselves through this game, and the BCs they choose to build with, and then how they pilot.
And I think that's what's so wonderful about this game is you can build the team you want to. I don't want to say that every single combination of 5 beasties can work, but most combinations of 5 beasties will get you far in this game if you figure out what you want to do with them. And I think that is something that is so beautiful about this game as a PvP format. Another thing that's beautiful about this as a PvP game, we had 47 players come together this weekend for a whole 2-day tournament. Wow. And big community events like this warm my heart so much as someone who's involved. I want to give a huge shout out to all of the players for signing up, even those of you who were knocked out way back in the group stage. You wanted to play this game, and you played this game, and you had a lot of fun doing it. And that is, above all, something that is so important as a competitive game. This is such a wonderful community. And I, of course, want to give a huge shout out to everyone else who has worked on this tournament and making it happen. We have Skarm, our head tournament organizer, who has worked very closely with me as I've run the stream and done basically all of the people wrangling this weekend. They've put in so many very strong hours just making this and so many other tournaments happen over the past few months. And I want to make sure everyone really appreciates them for that. Other people helping out with event planning. Taxi Cab, of course, ran the first Bring the Heat and owns the NetRush channel. We thank you so much for setting all of this up and being such a prominent TO in the early days of the PvP scene. Satoros, also working on TOing and supporting Skarm through all of this. Bolimar doing the same. And another shout out to all the commentators who we've had this weekend. Myself and Greg have been here for finals, but between Coolbz and Sket, Robin Nightmares, Ultra Nero, Your Best Friend or UrBestie, and Web Bowser, having people to just talk about the games that are on stream in front of everyone who's watching is so important and brings so much understanding to people who are looking to get into this scene. And I think that the tournament this weekend is going to be an invaluable resource for anyone looking to learn more about competitive Beastieball, especially the current state of the meta. Thank you, of course, to some other people who have helped out behind the scenes. We had Kim, who worked on some graphics for the tournament. We had some community helpers just assisting the TO here and there in Bird, Igor, Malbite, Phoenix, Satoros, and Stardust. A couple backup commentators. We had Mabel and Valentine available in the wings in case anyone couldn't make it. And of course, the two people who have had the most influence on any of this being able to happen. And we're also here for commentary. Thank you to Damien for commentating yesterday and being such a key part of the balance of this game. And thank you, lastly, to Greg for being the lead designer, along with Alexis, I could list so many people, Lena, who have worked on this game and made this beautiful experience that we're all coming together here to have fun playing together.
Yeah, I mean, this is, for us, it's a huge gift, and just to see the game celebrated this way and to see players put so much into it. So yeah, I mean, yeah, thank you to everybody who played. And thank you to you, Hallow, for helping to run the tournament and for being an excellent co-commentator. It was really fun.
Yes, it was wonderful talking with you. And one last thank you, of course, to everyone who's been watching. I hope we've all put on a good show for you this weekend. I certainly know the players did. And we appreciate you all being here so much. I do want to pivot slightly as we get ready to wrap up stream. This was not the only event I was working on this weekend. I've also been assisting a lot behind the scenes with a speedrun marathon, a pop-up event called Icebreaker, which is raising money for the Women's Foundation of Minnesota's Immigrant Rapid Response Fund. And we are going to go raid over there as soon as this stream is done to support them as they come to the final few hours of that event. The ongoing invasion of Minnesota by the federal government, by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, is frankly terrifying to watch. Seeing the United States descend into fascism, something that they're supposed to be very vocally against, is very difficult for anyone anywhere in the world, but especially for those people in the Twin Cities who are having to really live that right now. So we're going to go over there and support that charity and support that stream as they continue raising some money to just provide urgent aid to people on the ground, immigrants who are affected, families of those immigrants who are affected. So thank you all so much for being here, and stick around.